our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
As we wrap the show up, Lance, Redmond Vodka bringing you part of the show today.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. It is gluten-free. Also provides smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including the Beverage Place Pink Package, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. Available in 22 states as well. It is Redmond Vodka.
He said what? Jennifer Brown would be a terrible bank robber. Brownie doesn't let her know what cash is worth.
What's in the bag? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
We don't talk about that.
Well, she wouldn't ask. She wouldn't ask.
Yeah.
It's got a big cash symbol on the bag. And you're wearing a bandit mask.
Caleb says, LT, I've never robbed a bank, but if I did, this is how I would do it.
I mean,
options. You always got to consider what you would do.
Well, I mean, I've talked to some people that are in the industry, not the bank robbing industry.
I don't know if that's an industry, really, is it?
I mean, I think it used to be.
It's a niche.
Yeah, yes. I think it is a dying niche.
Yes. So a lot of bank robbery talk, by the way. Charlie says he believes the Fed requires banks to hold cash for 10% of cash deposits at all times. The problem with that, though, is so many banks have all these branches. Like, my cash is deposited with the bank, but not necessarily the branch where it's. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How is it considered? I don't know. Like, if I'm with one of those national banks, it's got a bunch of branches. Is my cash deposited with that bank or with that branch?
Oh, it's deposited with that bank.
So how would you consider, how much cash you have to have on hand? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think banks have as much cash on hand as they once did.
Well, I think
because most stuff is done electronically.
So I would think, and maybe I'm wrong, on the 1st and 15th, I think people are still paid like that. I would think. And again, this is not like expertise at all.
No, I'm taking it as gospel.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would think the 1st and 15th, you've got more money, more cash on hand. I would think on Fridays you have more cash on hand. Again, I'm not giving a PSA to anybody out there that wants to rob a bank. I'm just saying
the PSA would be don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it because you're probably going to get caught. Because if you're robbing a bank, you're probably not the smartest guy in the world.
I mean, this guy was dressing up as a wolf for Chiefs games. I think we established he was probably on the low-end intelligence level.
Yeah.
Before he even started
so do you think
potentially robbing banks.
Does he get more of a following now that he's... I mean, if he's out of prison.
Well, Chiefsaholic, I don't think he's going to be going to many games.
So is he a robber in wolf's clothing?
But do Chiefs fans still think he's like...
But there's Chiefs fans that had no idea he existed.
Chiefsaholic.
Now they do.
Oh, I bet there are some that are pissed. Like, he's being framed. No way Chiefsaholic would knock over a bank. Chiefsaholic's an honest man. He's an honest wolf. All right, that's going to do it for today's Next Round. Thank you for joining us on the Monday edition. We'll be back with you 9 o'clock. Don't forget, give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Set your alerts because all next week, We're 2 to 5 in the afternoon for SEC Media Days. Set those alert. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Thanks for watching and listening to The Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, welcome in. Another day of Next Round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Tuesday show kicking off with a coach firing. I mean, it seems like this stuff happens more than it ever has. This time, when I say this stuff, I mean like just random stories that break and coaches get fired outside the normal firing cycle. I just don't remember as much of this years ago.
Well, I think what happens is, obviously with social media, things travel a lot faster.
Yeah.
We're in a microwave society, and when something goes down, and not only that, the pressure to push someone out.
Yeah, because there's so many members of the public that know about the story now, and so many people get worried about what the reaction is going to be if they don't do it one way or the other.
You know, the more I read on this story, looked at it, it was like one of the least shocking things that I saw yesterday once it rolled.
That he got fired.
Yeah,
was one of the least
yeah.
shocking things,
We
not
talked
the
about
story.
this yesterday, and you know, the allegations out there, and 11 players actually came forward and said these allegations were true. I mean, it's just weird stuff. And, you know, I always viewed Pat Fitzgerald, and look, man, this is going to crush his legacy. I don't know how you feel.
I mean, he was not even Joe Paterno, and when I say Joe Paterno, what do you think about?
Oh, I think about Sandusky.
And this is nothing compared to Joe Paterno, but my point is, when that is what runs you out of the profession, and I think it's probably likely he's at least out of the head coaching profession in college football.
Yeah, 26 seasons as a player and a coach with Northwestern, the fifth longest tenured coach right now in Power 5. The guy's only 48 years old, and he was 2 years into a 10-year, $57 million contract. I would say this is probably with cause, though, right? I mean, he looks like he's going to fight it based on his statement.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's with cause, but as I said yesterday with Bob Huggins, even sometimes when it's with cause, if a school knows you know a lot of skeletons in the closet, they may fire you, but they may also reach a financial settlement with you to make you shut up and go away.
Yeah.
And most of the time, and this is probably not the case with Pat Fitzgerald, most of the time, the college football or basketball head coach is the most powerful man on the campus. Like, I would say, who's the most powerful man at West Virginia? You'd say Bob Huggins was, right?
I would say that, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely not Neil Brown.
Yeah, so that guy has all the power, and he's got a lot of knowledge, a lot of the skeletons of the closet, maybe by his actions, that could come back and haunt the school a little bit. So it is in their best interest to reach a financial settlement with that coach so he doesn't go scorched earth. And so I would imagine, though Pat Fitzgerald will be fired with cause, he probably walks away with some money too.
Yeah, I do think that it didn't help Pat Fitzgerald that he was coming off 4-20 the last two seasons.
No, this is about as bad a stretch as he's had, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, man, it would have been hard even if he was coming off Big Ten championship game appearance again based on the allegations.
I don't know that there was anything saving him. I mean, he could have been Sonny Dykes in the playoff last year.
I mean, again, the nudity thing, a bunch of dudes together, pressing up, doing sexually explicit activities on each other. I mean, you get arrested for that, right?
Yeah, in most situations, like if this happened at the Y, just randomly at the Y.
Well, if I was to pull my junk out and put it up against somebody at a bar, I mean,
Rockstar,
I think you probably do time, right?
We don't know until there's a real-world experiment on this, right?
You got to do it because I have no idea. I have no idea what's going to happen. And it's content, so I think that's kind of cool,
Now,
too.
if you don't mind waiting until at least Wednesday night at Odie's, because Dunaway's back Thursday. I don't want to do the show by myself.
Yeah, I don't want to do that to Will and the fine folks at Odie's. Yeah. Birmingham Institution no longer if I pull my junk out.
Probably a bad idea.
I was explaining to some people last night what this car wash thing was. And I still don't know exactly what it is.
I would like to have heard that explanation.
Yeah, but, we were talking about why he got fired, and I was like, well, he had a bunch of 300-pound dudes lathered up, blocking the shower, where freshmen trying to enter the shower, to take showers, had to battle their way through.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's the worst part. The dude trying to keep the guy out or the guy trying to get in.
I think I'd go to my dorm room and hit the shower.
Both roles seem fun, but
yeah, you guys know, and I think you're like me. I mean, I like to take 2, sometimes 3 showers a day, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
But I'd go without a shower.
Oh, in that situation, yeah. Like one time I brought up the fact that, and I can't even remember the group I was talking to. I think Dunaway was part of the group, though. When I mentioned just showering at a golf course or in a locker room or whatever, and I was like, you really do that? I'm like, well, yeah, it's a shower. Now, in that situation, I wouldn't. But, I mean, a men's locker room is a men's locker room, right? Yeah. I don't have a problem as long as the showers are clean showering in there.
Now, I will say that I have not showered in front of other dudes in years, but I've taken hundreds of showers in front of other guys.
Well,
keep going.
No, I'm just saying, from athletics, from showering in locker rooms to living in a fraternity house.
A night that got carried away. It's happened to all of us.
It has been a long time since I've showered like in an open shower. Like most golf courses where I shower, it's a closed shower, but I got to walk through the locker room to get there, right?
Yeah, clean read on this one. Take it out of context. I have showered with more guys than I have women.
That's awesome, dude. I don't think no context needed. Everybody's got to be clean.
Somebody said, check, please, LT.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really worried about the open shower in the locker room, but it has been a minute since I've done that. I mean, it probably goes back to college, actually, for me. Like, as an adult.
Oh, yeah. It goes back to college.
As an adult, I haven't been in the open shower. I've been in a locker room shower where I've had to walk through the locker room, partially or fully naked, but never, in the open shower.
Yeah.
Or not recently in the open shower.
But I can't imagine Pat Fitzgerald. I mean, and when I think of Northwestern, I think academics first.
Oh, of course.
I think,
I certainly don't think football first.
110 and 101. He's by far the most successful coach in Northwestern history, and he's barely over 500. Now, they've had 4 10-win seasons in the history of the program. He's been part of 3 of them, 2 as a head coach, 1 as a player. But I think academics first. I think a prestigious university. I've been on that campus before. They've got some notable alums. And I just cannot imagine that this guy played there and allowed this behavior to go on. Again, we talked about different types of hazing you can do. Carrying a little kitty backpack or a Hello Kitty backpack to class is one thing.
Yeah.
But when you're making...
Taping a guy, wrapping cellophane around a guy in the goalpost and then squirting him with, shaving cream or whatever, that's one thing.
Yeah, ice baths.
I mean, he might get some in his eyes and,
even shaving a dude's head.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's getting hurt doing that stuff.
But a quarterback center exchange when the dudes are naked...
Yeah, very weird.
I mean, I would be so pissed off if my kid was. Yeah, if my kid was involved in this kind of stuff, and the naked bear crawl. I mean, so Pat Fitzgerald standing there and watching these dudes, and then you've actually got. I mean, like I'm shocked, and I really haven't looked at this. Like the transfer portal with these guys. I mean, I would be lined up to get the hell out of there.
Oh, I would be too. I just don't know what my market is. I am a Northwestern football player. What's my upgrade from Northwestern?
Well, I'd probably go to Stanford.
They're worse than Northwestern right now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Northwestern's coming off 1-11.
Yeah, Stanford just fired their coach.
But I probably could talk my way into it.
Yeah.
Or I'd go D2 or something. I'd get the hell out of there.
I guess they'll go interim coach, but later on we'll dissect where this job stands in the Power 5. We'll look at it from and you guys go and start thinking about this and feedback with us. What Power 5 jobs with the current situation? And we'll come back to this later. With the current situation, you gotta account for everything right now. You're following the legendary coach at that school. You're following a complete mess where a legendary coach was fired, and then everything else that's always been with Northwestern. The question would be, what Power 5 jobs do you absolutely know you would take Northwestern in front of if all these jobs are open? We'll discuss that a little bit later on. Incidentally, and they were doing this because of Pat Fitzgerald, They're building a new stadium. And they've got that new facility that's out on Lake Michigan that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And they're building a new stadium because Ryan Field looks like a total dump.
Boy, it does. I mean, it looks like one of those. It's got the banks right beside the grass, like hill.
Yep.
And if you run 5 yards out of bounds, you run into the hill.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
But they are putting a lot of money into this program. Again, he had a 10-year, $57 million contract. I mean, when was there a day, I'll never forget, SEC Media Days coming up next week, the first $2 million coach or multi-million-dollar coach was Nick Saban coming off that 2003 national championship, and people thought that money was insane. Obviously, when he took the job in 2007 and he was given $4 million a year, people were like, you got to be kidding me.
They called it the end of amateur athletics.
Yeah, and
where
now
are we going?
Northwestern is paying almost $6 million per year for a coach. You know, when I saw the interim coach, I didn't know much about David Braun, the defense coordinator, but I was like, how in the hell do you even have an interim coach? Because he had to be part of this. Well, then I find out, you know, this is a guy that came in back in December from North Dakota State.
Hey, David, I know you haven't bought a house here yet, but we've got some news for you today. You think he's regretting that move? I don't know. He's going to be an interim coach, and there's a chance he gets the job.
Right. I mean, if this guy was to go 5-7, there's a really good chance he gets a job because, again, we're going to do this exercise in a little bit. You know, how many jobs is Northwestern in front of when you talk about Power 5? It's not many.
We'll get to that in a little bit because as Andy Staples points out, and Andy's not wrong about this. Andy now with On3 Sports. If you missed that announcement, he was with us last week on the show. Andy's not wrong about this. Everybody's going to say Power 5, but truthfully moving forward right now, there's a Power 2. And Northwestern is at least part of the Power 2.
That's true.
I mean, they got that going for them, which is more than some people could say. He is Lance Taylor. I am Ryan Brown. Dunaway is out. However, the model for Dunaway is sporting our newest next round gear, the ladies' tank. We discovered this weekend that they are only ladies' tanks. We thought maybe we had some for the men too, but these are ladies' sizes.
Yeah, I still haven't broke that news. I took Jack to dinner last night, but we didn't really talk about it.
Tell him he was wearing a ladies'
tank? Need to tell him that XL, he was right.
Yep.
It's actually a ladies.
So ladies' tank tops, that and the hat, you can get every bit of next round gear and next round coffee at nextround.store, nextround.store. Dunaway will be back with us on Thursday. I'm Ryan Brown. Rockstar is here. Scott Forrester, Tyler, John Lunsford, Taylor Corn back with us today. So we've got the gang together, minus just Dunaway. If you're joining us on YouTube, we appreciate you doing that. If you haven't subscribed, we'd love for you to lurk and watch the show. It means a lot to us. But go ahead and subscribe. That helps us a lot. Set your alerts so you know when we're live, like next week at SEC Media Days. And give us that thumbs up. That helps us a lot, too. So hit that thumbs up there on YouTube. If you're watching, thank you for listening to us wherever you might be listening on the Next Round app or any of our streaming options. And those of you that are catching this on replay, we appreciate you always downloading. Make sure to comment, rate us, and make sure you subscribe to that Next Round podcast and download it every day. I mentioned that you need to set alerts so you know we're live next week because we're at SEC Media Days next week. We're doing something a little bit different, all right? First of all, we're on our own set. We've got a set which is going to allow us to do much more than we've been able to do in years past, not being constrained to the limits of Radio Row. And that will result in the fact that it's going to be the best way we can give you as much as we can give you is we're going to be taping some stuff during the day, but we're going to be live 2 to 5. So if you want the live show every day, it'll still be podcasted. It'll still be on demand everywhere. But all next week, even Friday, we're going to be live 2 to 5 every day next week. So make sure you adjust your alerts so that you know we're 2 to 5 every day next week for SEC Media Days. All right, so make a note of that, 2 to 5 next week. I know we'll get 1,000 tweets and text next Monday at 9 o'clock. Where are you guys? We'll be on 2 to 5 from SEC Media Days there in Nashville. We cannot wait for that. As we get the show started, Lance, Harbin's Outdoors is the place to go. For that updated pool, landscape, all that, Harbin's Outdoors does a great job with it.
Yeah, they do. Jeremy and his team, just great guys. They came out, they did some work at my pool. Again, I wish Harbin's would have been around 10 years ago when we actually put the pool in because we had way too many. We had landscapers, we had electricians, we had dude that designed the pool. We had pool guy. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom Fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today, 205-300-0718.
Other than the firing of Pat Fitzgerald, which, as Lance said, did not come as a huge surprise once you started calculating everything.
No, and by the way, I've got some of the weirdest firings.
Yeah, Lance, a little bit later on, you told me, how many did you
I'm
tell
going to
me?
give you five.
Five strangest firings of all time. Coming up a little bit later in the show, the 5 strangest firings of all time. The only other thing of note, unless you're a Wimbledon fan, last night was the Home Run Derby. I don't know how much of the Home Run Derby you happen to catch.
I watched, here was the thing. So I was watching Netflix last night.
What were you watching?
I was actually watching I had never seen Filthy Rich, the Jeffrey Epstein. Boy, that is, you talk about it.
You got some dark taste, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Good Monday viewing.
Did you make it to the end?
I made it to the end,
Yeah.
but that guy, I think, first of all, good riddance. Glad he's off the planet. Wish he would have had to have gone through a trial. But based on the numbers,
I think a lot of people didn't want that.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of powerful people that didn't want it. And I think all of the victims, though, wanted it, and I think he needed to be dragged through the mud. I mean, that whole thing was insane. But my point was going to be, I think he actually was more active than Wilt Chamberlain. He was having like 2 or 3 a day.
You're right, though, Rockstar. I mean, it's like yesterday it was The Sound of Freedom, which is getting rave reviews by people that watched it, about human trafficking. And then he followed it up with Jeffrey Epstein about human trafficking.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry,
2
man. I am on this, and I want to do something about it. Like, whatever you think. I don't know what I can do about it. I'm only one person.
Yeah.
But we've got a nice platform here. Again, Sound of Freedom. I was talking to people last night. You need to go see the movie. I will stand behind it. I saw Dana White was endorsing it. It's a great, powerful movie. It's not uplifting, but unfortunately, there are things in this country that aren't the happiest things in the world that people need to open their eyes to.
Bobby says, I'm not convinced Epstein is dead. Is there that conspiracy theory that he's actually still alive?
I'm sure there's
conspiracy
about
theories and everything. You're right.
Yeah, there is.
I forgot about that.
I saw him on the slab last night in the documentary.
Yeah, you think you did. You thought you saw DeMar Hamlin celebrating at the Bills game last year, too, but you only saw his body double.
Well, that's true. Did you guys know all the ins and outs, though? Like,
I really don't have an appetite.
But here's what's crazy is he had $577 million left, and 2 days before he hung himself or he was taken out, whatever it was, he actually redid his will to make sure the survivors wouldn't get anything. It's a special place in hell for him.
Yeah. So what do you got on the docket? I can't wait for Rockstar's viewing menu. So
yeah, I'm trying to think of it.
Lance can tell us what dark is.
I'm gonna watch something positive.
For a living.
Anyway, back to it.
Did you say a guy that burns down schools for a living?
Squirrels.
Oh, squirrels.
I was watching the
Home Run Derby. Yeah,
yeah,
I forgot about that before we got in your dark taste.
Yeah. What? I was just, you asked me what I was watching.
I did.
But yeah, I looked up at Julio Rodriguez on his first round.
That was
Hometown Mariners.
I mean,
it was
that,
just,
man.
it was bomb after bomb after bomb. And a Rosarina, watching how quick, like him and his pitching coach had it down pat.
Yep.
Like,
they had the rhythm.
Yeah, like every 3 seconds it's coming and you're swinging. I mean, it was nonstop. So I was really, it was impressive to watch what these guys were doing, but I can also see how it can mess your swing up moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people say they don't want to be part of it. I have a hard time believing that one, and maybe they practice for it, I don't know, but that one night's going to totally screw your swing up. I mean, that's hard for me to believe. That just one night of doing that, like, so for 80 games, you've been doing it one way. You've been doing it one way since March, and then one night of doing it's going to screw you up.
I think it's a good way to place blame if you go into a
That's
slump.
what I'm saying. I think guys don't want to do it because they don't want to lose on a public stage like that. So that's the easy blame. And then if you do it and you go in a slump, you can always point back to the Home Run Derby.
But Vlad Guerrero Jr. hit 72 last night.
He hit 72. So when did they, and forgive me for not knowing this.
Yeah, I mean, the format's weird.
No. The format, I mean, I don't I don't know about the format, but when did they start pitching so close? Didn't they used to throw that from the front of the mound? Am I wrong about that? Didn't the home run derby used to throw? Somebody help me. Scott Forrester. Does Forrester know? Did the home run derby used to throw from the front of the mound, Forrester?
I do think they were further back than they are now.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, they still had the L screen. I know that.
Yep.
But I thought, I'm with Forrester. I thought they were a little further back. I mean, they're basically right up on the plate right now. I mean, it's soft toss. That's what it boils down to, which is fine. I don't care. I'm just wondering when they changed that.
I don't know.
Because it seems like they used to be at least on the front of the mound or a little bit further back, about where you would normally take BP.
Yeah.
But it seems like, to me, the reason I brought that up, it is far easier to get in that rhythm when they're closer. Because the guy throwing BP, if he's throwing it from the front of the mound, it's harder to place it than if he's throwing it from basically soft toss, which is what they were doing.
Yeah, there were 3 memories for me when it comes, or 4, when it comes to home run derbies. Mike Piazza, I'll never forget, I had money on him the first year he went. He hit 0 home runs.
Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr.
He hit 0?
He hit 0. Now, the format was different back in the day.
Yeah. What were they throwing, breakers?
I forgot exactly how they did it.
Phil
Ken Griffey Jr., when he was at Camden Yards, and they showed a lot of that last night, and I didn't realize that was 30 years ago.
How old do you feel?
Oh, my gosh. Josh Hamilton, the show he put on that night.
That was impressive, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was 2008, I think. And then Bryce Harper's dad pitching to Bryce Harper in front of your Nationals home crowd.
Yeah, that was cool, too.
Yeah. Those are the home run derby memories. But last night, I never put it on the big screen. I was just watching on a side TV. But it was impressive. I mean, we're watching Rosarina right now. His pace is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they got to get exhausted. I know they give them the timeout, but it's got to be exhausting just to stand there and swing that much in that amount of time.
Yeah, look, I've only chopped wood a couple of times in my life.
That's what it looks like, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nonstop.
It really is. Scott, they're asking for the video of the kid getting smoked. What's our ruling on that? Can we do we think we could show that or not?
I mean, that's from the broadcast. I think we should.
We should pass.
Not do
Did you happen to see it? I did not see it in real time.
I'm going to guess he was trying to
they got
shag one of these flies.
7,000 kids in the outfield, right?
Yep.
And this kid squares up to shag a fly. And it's while Vlad Guerrero's up. So you think the ball's probably got some steam off of it on Vlad's bat?
Yeah.
And it's like one of those blooper line drives that didn't make it out. And this kid squares up to catch it and completely whiffs. And it goes right in his forehead. And it drops him, okay? So, I mean, like, he doesn't just shake it off and all the kids laugh. It drops him flat on the ground. And then as Scott pointed out, like 2 homers later, he hits one out to left field. And the kid's still just laying there. Like, I mean.
Yeah, don't you drag him off at least?
I don't know
Show
what you
must
do.
go on, dude.
I don't know what you do, but they just let him lay there.
You do have a clock going.
Yes. I mean, there's 1,000 kids out there, too. That does, I mean, it's something you don't think about till you're like a parent. But as a parent, it worries me. I'm like, my gosh, all those kids, somebody's going to get hurt. Well, somebody got hurt last night. And it's all Vlad's bat, so you know that had to be smoked.
Missile.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot to get to today. Clay coming up. Clay Travis coming up at the top of the hour. Also, Ian Fitzsimmions going to talk some college football with us. Our 40 and 40 team is for the Big 12 again today. Back-to-back Big 12 days, so we'll discuss that. As we go to break, though, I want to remind you about Way to Wellness. They are the people that Dunaway will tell you helped save his life. And that's not an overstatement. Some of his vital signs, some of his blood pressure, things like that, they'd gotten out of whack because of his diet. So he goes to Way to Wellness, and they get everything more refined. Now, he lost weight. I mean, don't lose that. In fact, if Jim were here, he could tell you his weight down to a decimal point. But it was some other things that just a healthier diet, a better diet, got him back on track. And I've been with Jim when people just stop him and like, hey, I'd like to trim some weight. Is this for real? And he says, look, I'm living proof that it's for real. And then he'll get the feedback and like, man, I am so thankful you sent me to a Way to Wellness. aplanforme.com, very simple website, aplanforme.com. Set up the evaluation, see if Way to Wellness is right for you, see if it's a program you are going to be comfortable with, and then start your journey to healthy living with Way to Wellness. If some of your vitals are out of whack and you want to get a healthier diet, if you're just overweight, you want to trim that weight, and do it with a diet and some exercise, you can do that with Way to Wellness. aplanforme.com is the starting point. Leslie and her staff are very happy to have you there at their facility and make sure it's right for you and just do that evaluation and see where you stand. But it all starts with you taking that step and visiting the website for Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com. That's Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813. On the hills of the firing of Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern, Lance is about to tell us the 5 strangest firings. Are all these sports?
Yeah.
Okay, the 5 strangest firings in sports. If you missed the poor kid getting popped by the line shot, it has been tweeted out. We're just limited on some of the things we could show here on the live platform, but we're not limited as to what we could tweet in this case. And it is at Next Round Live. If you missed the kid getting popped, it is it's bad. I mean, I hate it for the kid, but my gosh, he just gets dropped. I'm guessing he's okay. I mean, we would have heard if he's not, I would think.
Is it a line shot?
Yeah, like I said, it's just, I mean, yeah, it's kind of one of those, it's got a little bloop to it, but, I mean, it's coming off.
And how old do you think the kid is?
Vlad Guerrero. You know, I didn't count his rings. I would guess maybe he's 10. I don't know. 10, 12, maybe. It was kind of hard to tell. All I see is him going down in a heap. But you could see that at Next Round Live. Follow us on all social media at Next Round Live and give us that thumbs up on YouTube if you happen to be watching us there on YouTube today. All right, Lance, 5 strangest firings after you tell us about Hemp Hill.
Summer weather's here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I saw, and I think it was, I'm trying to remember who the college football voice was, that I saw on Twitter today that said, outside of Nick Saban, I am not sure there is anybody that was more associated with more publicly associated with their university than Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Kirby Smart's there
Maybe,
now, just because he played there.
Yeah.
And
But I would tend to agree with that. Outside of Saban and maybe Smart, there's nobody when you see this guy is more associated with his school than Pat Fitzgerald.
yeah.
And that's why this is a little bit of an odd firing, because this came so far out of left field. And Pat Fitzgerald was a guy that had probably, well, I'm not even going to say probably. Pat Fitzgerald had a lifetime pass at Northwestern. I know you heard somebody talking on Sirius XM.
It was Rick Neuheisel said, hey, look, he needs to win.
I don't believe that. He had just gotten a big contract extension. They're going into a expanded Big Ten. The money is good.
No, look,
I just think Northwestern was probably like, we don't want to be on the open market. We don't want to have to find a guy to replace Pat Fitzgerald.
I'm with you. I said this like 2 years into his tenure. I thought he was going to be the next Joe Paterno, and I guess I was kind of right.
I mean, in a sense, yeah.
Yeah. Boy, it's kind of prophetic when I
it
go
was
back
a little
and look
bit.
at that.
I mean, I know you didn't mean to be prophetic, but in a way you were.
Yeah, but he was very, very, very. I mean, when I think Northwestern athletics, I mean, the face I would see would be Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I agree completely.
And look, I mean, they were going to improve on their win total this year.
Well, they had to.
Yeah. Okay, here are your 5 strangest firings. In my opinion, there's a lot more. I mean, I could have done Dave Bliss for covering the murder of a teammate.
Wow, that doesn't make the list.
Well,
these are going to be crazy.
I don't want you guys to say I'm dark.
I think we've established that.
Yeah, okay.
No way. Come on now.
No, I mean, like some of these are known, but how about number 5 on the list? I've got Billy Martin. He was fired 6 times from George Steinbrenner.
6 times by the same team. This is not 6 times like he managed the Cardinals and the Yankees and the Cubs and got fired
He
from all
got
those.
fired for a variety of reasons, but the weirdest ever, in 1979, following the season, he's at a hotel in Minneapolis, and there's a dude there, Joseph Cooper. They get in an argument, and Billy Martin beats the dude down. The guy's a marshmallow salesman. So he gets fired after the 1979
what a crappy job.
season, by the way, when the Yankees were really good, for beating down a marshmallow salesman.
So, like, they just got in a fist fight, basically, and he beat the crap out of him and got fired because of that.
Billy Martin had what we would call a temper.
Yeah, he ran a little hot. Can you imagine that happening today, though? I mean, like...
Well, I can't imagine a marshmallow salesman
well,
now.
that's true. That is the part of the story that's kind of weird.
When the season's October, is that a good season for you?
For marshmallows, yeah. I mean, going into the fall with the s'mores, I would think that's probably your hot time.
October, November, December.
Yeah, and marshmallows on top of the sweet
chocolate.
potato casserole on Thanksgiving, hot chocolate. Yeah,
Not a fan.
Yeah. All right, so Billy Martin.
Yeah, Billy Martin. By the way, is the marshmallow market not what it once was?
I've never liked marshmallows.
I used to
From
buy
day
them.
one.
I used to eat them out of the bag.
Oh, my little one does.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I don't. It's a texture thing for me.
But again, I like Peeps.
I
Not
don't
as
like
much as I
Peeps at
used
all.
to.
Yeah, I don't like Peeps at all.
Number 4 on this list, Woody Hayes. I mean, 1978 Gator Bowl. We've never seen a coach punch another player.
We have not
on the sidelines.
Yeah, and he was the legend at Ohio State. I mean, he was calling his own shot out of there until
look,
that moment.
And back in 78, that's one of those things that might have gotten overlooked. It was that big of a deal then. Can you imagine if a coach, like, I don't know if Nick Saban could survive that. Let's say that LSU picked off, let's say Tyler Buckner is the guy this year. And LSU, tight game in Tuscaloosa, Buckner is picked off, and Saban takes a swing at a player.
And refresh my memory. It's been a minute since I've seen that video. He's not like up in Woody Hayes' face. He's on the sideline celebrating because his guy just got run out of bounds.
Yeah.
But he's not really like taunting Woody Hayes.
It was Art Schleister, infamous for the gambling.
The Ohio State quarterback.
And a very good quarterback.
Playing Clemson in the Gator Bowl.
Yep. He throws a pick under 2 minutes to go. I think they were down 2.
Yep.
And so that ultimately seals the game.
And the guy gets run out of bounds in front of the Ohio State bench, if you've never seen this video. And the kid's celebrating. Woody Hayes just, punch is relative. I mean, the guy's wearing a helmet and pads. He gets him kind of like up in the throat.
Yeah, and I think Woody at that point was, mid-70s.
Yeah, I think the player's more stunned than hurt. But, I mean, to this day, I was in Columbus in May. You drive on Woody Hayes Parkway past the Woody Hayes football facility and see Woody Hayes this and Woody Hayes that. I mean, they didn't take his name off anything, but they did fire him.
Did Woody Hayes, I guess, so Schembechler never won a national championship.
He did not.
Woody Hayes won one, right?
I think so. You know, they used to at least claim that winning that game and winning the Big Ten meant more to them than winning a national championship.
And I just always disagreed with that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we're all cut from different cloth. Woody Hayes, 205, 61, and 10. He had 10 ties. God, they had way too many ties back then. But in the Big Ten, 152, 37, and 7. But to your question, no national championship. They credit him. Now, I can't verify all these, but they credit him with 54, 57, 61, 68, and 70.
So 4 national championships.
I don't know how many of these were unanimous or whatever. This is the poll era. But yeah, so Associated Press, I can at least tell you that. Associated Press, 54, 68. And then some other ones, some of these are going to be illegitimate.
So at least he's got one.
Yeah, he's got one or two. Now, he won the coaches in 57, but did not win the AP. That went to Auburn that year.
Number 3 on the list, I included this because it was close to us, but at the same time, it's one of the weirdest stories ever because you're hired, you go from Pullman, Washington, Tuscaloosa, you go from one of the worst Power 5 jobs to one of the best Power 5 jobs. At that particular time, it wasn't, but Mike Price comes on campus. He's known to go out, have a good time. He goes to Pensacola on the golf tournament and decides to go to a strip club and not only go to the strip club, leave behind the university credit card where the stripper gets, I forgot how many meals it was to go. But just,
I mean, it's amazing that that's all it was meals to go.
But we know a guy that was actually playing golf that day, and he got a call from the hotel because he was kind of one of his handlers, and they said, hey, look, this girl.
We got a problem.
In Coach Price's room has ordered, I mean, it was crazy. It was like 50 to go, and we wanted to give you a heads up. So said guy goes to Coach Price playing his round. Hey, by the way, just got a call from the hotel. This is going on. I can go take care of it. I'll put it on my card. I'll get it taken care of.
Right.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Those would end up being critical words in his career.
Don't worry about it.
And in the history of Alabama football.
Yeah.
I mean, because if this guy takes care of that, there's a chance this story never comes out, you think?
Well, I think sooner or later something was going to go down with Mike Price. Based on everything that I heard.
Yeah.
Leaving voicemails for, co-eds would come up to him. Hey, my dad's a huge Bama fan. Will you leave him a voicemail? Hey, John, Mike Price here. Roll Tide.
No, I have said this before. As Patrick says, that phone call changed Alabama football forever. I mean, you could.
Oh, yeah.
You could make that argument.
Because I think Price would have been just good enough to hang on probably past the Saban window.
Yeah, I've said this before, I think, on this show that, at the time he was there, I was producing Herb Winch's and Ray Mellick's show. And Herb was really good friends with Joe Kynes, who was the defensive coordinator on that staff. And pretty early on, people would call into the show and be like, man, I was out at Buffalo Phil's and I saw Mike Price and his coaching staff out there. And, man, they had some – and at the time, you're like, hey, let's tap the brakes on this. Things may – but, I mean, Lance, it was constant. It was like –
well, Reed was on campus then, and he saw it. Reed would see Mike and I forgot his kids, Eric.
Yep.
Yeah. And they were – the thing I loved about it, they were so accessible to come on the show.
They were great for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so sooner or later, it would have caught up with Mike Price.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was way too visible. And I remember the story – when he first got to Tuscaloosa, he was hired, and then he went to the Galleria Christmas shopping, which, any normal person's going to go Christmas shopping, right? And he was swarmed by people getting autographs. This is before cell phones, really.
And he was surprised by it.
He was stunned by it. He was like, I can't go to the Galleria Christmas shopping. And you're like, you do realize you've taken the most high-profile job in this state, right? I mean, you are more powerful in this state than the governor. I mean, he just didn't know that was going to be the case.
The week he was fired, we were out at Regions at Greystone, and I'll never forget, they did this kind of let's save Mike Price campaign.
I do remember that. Drew Bledsoe was heading it up.
Yeah, and I remember Drew Bledsoe being on the show with us and talking about what a great guy he was, and I remember all the players going to bat for him. And that was one of those impossible situations that you're not going to survive.
Yeah, it was. The most surreal part of that, when you talk about strange firings, so I don't know if you remember how this played out, but there was a board of trustees, an emergency board of trustees meetings after all this came out on a Saturday in Tuscaloosa. And as I remember it, it was the Saturday of the Kentucky Derby. I don't know why I remember it that way. I could be wrong, but it seemed to me the Kentucky Derby was that day.
Well, and I remember, so we had done the show from Greystone on Wednesday or Thursday, and when the firing was about to go down, I think we were doing a show from the old Tannehill Golf Course.
I think you were, and so this was on Saturday, and Ray Mellick and I were there, and Herb was back in studio kind of anchoring it, right?
Yep.
And we were doing stuff from there. And so if you don't remember how it played out, they had a board of trustees meeting. The board of trustees comes out and announces, and I was a little surprised at this. I thought he was going to survive it. He's the Alabama football coach. I thought, those guys to a certain level are bulletproof. So they come out, they announce he's fired. And this was on the heels, by the way, the Mike DeBose stuff too, right?
Yeah.
So, that Mike DeBose had at least survived a scandal. So they come out and announce he's fired, which surprised me. And then Mike Price addresses the media, which really surprised me. But the most surreal part of it, so if you know the geography of Tuscaloosa there, this was at the Bryant Conference Center, which is across across University, right, from the football complex. Or is that Bryant Drive? That's Bryant Drive. Yeah. So Bryant Conference Center is across Bryant Drive from what is now the Malmore Football Complex. For whatever reason, Mike Price had parked his car at the Malmore Football Complex. So he gets fired, does his press conference, walks off the stage, and walks out the front door of the Bryant Conference Center, and then has to cross Bryant Drive to get to the football complex to his office in his car. And there's a police officer there, and there's happened to be a lot of traffic, so he stops traffic to let Mike Price go across. And it was just the most surreal thing because the sun is setting. It was late in the afternoon, so he's literally walking off into the sunset with his, holding hands with his wife. And people are stopped at the red light, and they start honking their horns and yelling at him. And I'm like, I don't even know if they know he's been fired. Like, I think these people may think they're just yelling at the Alabama football coach.
And Rocky's dad, Steve Henniger, actually represented him. Was it not until SI did the article? Is that when he took
that was
him
a
on?
defamation case, right?
It was, and Coach Price was one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He invited us to, when he went to UTEP, we went to Reliance Stadium to watch them play Colorado in a bowl game, and he was always the nicest guy. And but yeah, I don't know exactly when he took the case or when he got approached for it. I just remember it was it was in the beginning, maybe in the SI thing.
Do you remember, did Price get a settlement?
I think yes.
I think so.
I don't think it was.
Because what? It's rolling,
It's rolling, baby.
baby.
Yeah. No, it was.
Bobby asked, do you remember how the Price firing story broke in Birmingham? I don't.
That's going to take me a minute. I do not. I do remember that our friend Neil McCready did a lot of the reporting in the coastal area because he ended up getting, I think he was the one that ended up getting the stripper to go on record. I think Neil somehow
Bobby
convinced the
says
stripper
Herb went to start it an hour after Feinbaum back then. Herb was going to break the story. Some goofball caller opened the Feinbaum show with the news.
I'm guessing Bobby says he was said goofball caller.
I don't remember when I found out about it, but I remember it's strange. I remember we did a show that week from Regions. Boy, we did a lot of remotes back then.
Yeah, we did.
We did one from Pablo's in Hoover. We did Tannehill. I remember doing those three shows.
Yep. And then it was Saturday when it all went down. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it was all anybody talked about.
So anyway, Mike Price, number 3 on the list.
Can we pick the list up after the break?
Yeah, we sure
all right,
can.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to hijack us
You're
on all
going to
Mike
love
Price
number
stories.
2.
Love number 2 coming up after the break. There's one that somebody has mentioned in the chat room. I'm interested to see if it's on there. Wayne's is celebrating 50 years. 50 years in business. You're doing something right. Well, they do a lot right. In fact, they'll be at my house this week treating my yard. Wayne treats my yard. They take care of my termite service. They spray my yard for mosquitoes. They take care of my beds and make sure I don't have anything growing up in my beds. They call it the ornamental bed treatment. Make sure nothing grows up in my beds that I want grown up. My pest control. I'm a Wayne's household, man. They take care of me. They can take care of you right now. And in celebration of their 50 years, you can save $50 on every service, and you can stack all those services. Just use code TNR at checkout. Whether you're an existing or a new customer, doesn't matter. Code TNR takes care of you there at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES-1. Or online, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. Code TNR. Again, That's what you use. $50 off celebrating Wayne's 50 years in business. 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. You want your grass looking the best it can, your house pest free, termite free, mosquitoes out of your yard, your beds looking the best they can. Wayne's takes care of all of that. Just one simple call. You got it all with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. Don't forget code TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
On the heels of the firing of Pat Fitzgerald, we're in the midst of Lance's 5 strangest firings in sports. I mean, this is just in sports, by the way. Royal Payne says, I wish y'all could play clips of old shows during big news days. I know you don't own it. We don't. But do they save stuff like what happened with Mike Price? I don't think that got saved. I mean, I don't think anybody was thinking in terms of, 50 years from now, somebody's going to play that audio. And in fact, if it got saved, it probably got saved on cassette tape. I don't even know how I would play a cassette tape right now. Rockstar, I've got some old cassette tapes.
Oh.
In fact, I've got the first time I was ever on air.
We can't play it here, can we?
Oh, I've got no. It wasn't a Jocks. I mean, the first time ever, like ever.
I've got me doing play-by-play on cassette.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just got one of these built bars.
Yeah, I noticed
one
that.
yesterday.
Yeah, I have one. Yeah.
Forgot how chewy they are, so
Right.
we don't have enough time and break to eat one.
Yep. But that didn't stop you.
Well, I mean, I forgot.
Yeah.
What do you have yesterday?
I had the banana cream pie.
This is the salted caramel.
Yeah. Chewy, huh?
Very true.
Yeah.
Had the churro yesterday.
Right.
17 grams of protein, only 140 calories.
Yep.
Good meal supplement.
Yep. I'm just counting down. I think it is Milkman, one of our, he consumes us on audio on the app, and one of his pet peeves on the show is when we eat and you can hear it on the mic. So that tweet is incoming in about 3, 2, 1. So that one's going to be directed at you there, Lance. Johnston RV Center, before Lance gives us, he says number 2 is 2 and 1 are going to blow us away, I think. Is that what you said? I'm over.
Blow you away. 2's very interesting.
2 very interesting. Make a sweet southern summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. They got new travel trailers starting at just $139 a month. If you do the math, that's less than $5 a day. $139 a month. It's definitely worth that, right? 2023 fifth wheels, just $439 a month. They've got military discounts for all active duty and retired military personnel. Ask Johnston RV Center about that. Lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers 2 years old or newer. You can see it at Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Number 5 was Billy Martin. Number 4 was Woody Hayes. Number 3 was Mike Price, a weird grouping of people. Number 2, Lance, is
Carly Beck. You might ask who Carly Beck is.
Rockstar, I am asking
Google
you who Carly Beck is. I thought that might be a gender bender name.
Carlie Beck.
Carly Beck.
She was the cheerleading coach at Casa Robel High School.
Okay.
So she decided to be the February Playboy Cyber Girl of the Week.
Okay. As one does.
A lot of people back in 2009 when this wouldn't have realized that she was this, but there was a student that was banned from trying out. Guess what? That student found her online.
Uh-oh.
Took it to the principal. The principal said, you know what? Carly Beck is a good employee. Principal being a dude.
Yeah, right.
Principal said she can stay. They took it to the school board, and the school board said, no, Carly needs to go.
So, I mean, based on your story, and Rockstar has found safe for work photos of Carly Beck. That looks more like Bo Schembechler. Oh, this is best firings ever. Rockstar has stumbled into a best firings ever article somehow. Billy Martin is on there. Anyway, so basically nobody realized she had done this until the girl doesn't make cheerleading and starts doing Google searches on Carly Beck.
Can you see the principal? Hey, look,
Yeah, look,
I know she
everybody
was
deserves a second chance.
Yes.
And it's probably not going to hurt me for Carly to do me a favor, maybe. That's what the principal's thinking,
Okay,
right?
so
she got fired from her job. Because
do you think if she was the cheerleading coach at Clemson, she gets fired? Or is this just a high school thing?
probably more of a high school thing. I guess some of it would depend on publication, how risque they were.
Yeah,
I mean there are a lot of factors that go in.
Playboy was classy.
Oh, yeah. The epitome of class. I mean,
no, I'm talking about it was classy for nude pictorials.
For smut?
For what it was.
Yeah, for what it was.
It was classy smut. That's quite a low bar.
I mean, again, it wasn't Hustler.
No, it was not. Again,
I mean, Hustler's going to get you fired without even a debate.
Yeah, they don't have to see the photos, do they?
No.
I mean, that is a low bar.
Does anybody survive that now in high school?
Well, I know. I mean, today's version Rockstar is OnlyFans. Like teachers
Correct.
getting fired left and right for having OnlyFans accounts.
And OnlyFans is a little darker than Playboy.
Yeah, I mean, OnlyFans straight up porn.
Not everything. Not that I am a consumer of it, but having read some of these stories, it can be that, but it's not always that. Like I saw a story today.
See, I didn't even know it was until March.
I saw a story today. Carmen Electra has gone to OnlyFans, Rockstar, because I guess her fame is fleeting right now. She's 51, I think. And do you know what she said is the most requested content from her on OnlyFans?
Feet.
Huh?
Feet.
Yeah.
It is a weird thing. I mean, we make fun of Dunaway for it, but he is far from alone.
Did Little T ever sell her feet?
I don't know.
Well,
I
she's not going to tell us because it's got to be anonymous.
She
so you
walked
never
in here
know.
today, so she still got them.
Yeah.
All right, now we have got a lot of things that have not been mentioned. Like
No.
I think I could do 5 more that could be number 1. I'm surprised some of these aren't number 1.
Okay, go on and throw them out. Look,
Well, no, I want to hear number 1 first.
NH3425 says Larry Eustace or Bobby Petrino. They could be number 1, but they're not. Larry Eustace.
That one wasn't as crazy. He went to a frat party off at a different campus, right?
He went to, he was coaching Iowa State. He went to a fraternity party at Kansas. And, no, he went, what was it? He went to
They were playing a road game. I thought it was Kansas
State. It
Yeah,
was
that
because
in
he
Little
told the
Apple.
girls,
Yeah.
"You girls look like you're more Kansas girls. You girls are too good looking to be Manhattan."
Yeah, I mean, that didn't get you fired now.
And took a bunch of zaps with him. You remember the zap pictures?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he had probably imbibed a bit and didn't look as bad.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
that hurt
yeah.
some. All right, so neither one of those are number one. All right, go. Who's number one?
Former Toronto Blue Jay manager Tim Johnson's got to be number one. Oh, there's Larry Eustachy. Look at that.
Yeah. Wow, look how quick Scott is on that. I mean,
What's he drinking? A Bud Ice?
I don't know. I can't really tell what it is.
I don't think he cares.
But you're right. Maybe, as I think of it today, that one might get you fired.
Yeah, I think the one on his right is like, wow. And the one on his left, I think she might be into it.
I mean, the wedding ring on the left finger does not help you at all there. Like, if he's single, it's not the best look in the world, but being married, that does not help you whatsoever. Like
He was a hell of a coach for a minute.
Oh, Larry Stacey could coach him. I mean, he was like Iowa State.
Yeah, it is a natty light.
Iowa State, I mean, I know the mayor had some big years, but they were really good under him at Iowa State.
And
All right,
I'm going to say he didn't bring his own beer. I'm going to say they had the natty light in the cooler.
Probably so. I doubt he BYOB'd.
No, but I'm going 1999 Tim Johnson
All
with
right.
the Blue Jays. You remember, this is a guy that talked to his team about being in a foxhole and being in combat, and then they did a background check, and he was never in the military.
Oh, no. So he was lying about service. I'd forgot about that story.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the worst things you can lie about. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, because
think so.
people out there
Yeah.
that have actually truly been in combat, people that have served our country, and the price that a lot of these people have paid for you to go out there to motivate your team.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But Tim Johnson was doing a good job with the Blue Jays, too.
Yeah, but he had lied about his military service.
And, that was back before you really could find a lot of information out about people.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine some of the dudes in like bars in 70s and 80s saying that they were, race car drivers or professional tennis players.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't Google them. Couldn't debunk
That's
it.
true. That's absolutely right. It's harder to do now. So just to recap in Lance's 5, he left out a college football coach who, in theory, laid down a motorcycle with a female employee on the back.
Yep.
Lied about it and got fired.
Or was beaten down by a female employee's boyfriend.
Either way, yes.
And then they staged the motorcycle accident.
Yeah. You left off a college football coach that had the dream job of his lifetime but had lied on his resume, so he loses dream job of his lifetime.
And I thought about George O'Leary, and I want to go back to that because wasn't it just like one small thing? Because I remember
I think he had just lied about a degree, hadn't he?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was just a couple of things that he just kind of threw on the resume.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people back in the day sensationalized their resume a
Well, I
little
just
bit.
can't believe like Notre Dame was having to look at a resume. I mean, freaking the guy's a football coach. Does he win or does he lose? I don't care what his resume says. Why do you even turn a resume in? Like, I coach at where he was at Central Florida, or no, he was at Georgia Tech, right?
He was at Georgia Tech.
Yeah. I mean, I just watched Georgia Tech game film.
Back to the Jeffrey Epstein documentary.
Yeah.
Like, he was hired at Bear Stearns, and they said he was incredible at his job, but they found out like 3 months in that he had lied, like he had no education and completely falsified his resume. And the dude said it's the worst decision he ever made was not getting rid of him. He said he basically he could manipulate so well, he was able to talk his way into getting the job when the guy was about to fire him.
A few days after O'Leary was hired, inaccuracies were discovered in his published biographical sketch. The biography remained more or less unchanged for 2 decades. It stated that O'Leary had earned 3 letters in football at the University of New Hampshire. So he was basically lying about letters he had earned. I mean, my gosh. I can't believe that gets you. There's one Lance left off that I think is kind of crazy, but we need a break because we got to get to Clay. Gutter Cap, though, brings you part of the show.
Yeah, 205-823-2212. That is the phone number you need to call. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip it, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call that I made years ago to Chris Stewart. He will come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. You will never clean those gutters again. Again, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the next round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the next round. Dunaway back with us on Thursday, along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown, Rockstar John Lunsford, Scott Forster, Tyler, the entire crew here. Taylor Corn handling social media at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live on all social media. Join us there. And also make sure if you're watching us, give us a thumbs up on YouTube. If you're consuming us on any of the apps, make sure you rate and comment on all the apps. And anywhere you're watching us, please make sure you subscribe, especially on YouTube. It helps us if you don't just lurk, but you subscribe. So go ahead and just click that subscribe button and the thumbs up. Clay Travis is with us from Outkick, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Andy Staples, who I respect a lot, on 3 made the point today that the Northwestern job, he said, you got to quit thinking about Power 5 because it's Power 2 now. And he's right about that, okay? I mean, you would agree with him that really there is a Power 2 now. It's the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah, I would agree with that
So,
for sure.
yeah, so this is a Power 2 job, so there are only 32 of those, I guess, moving forward. Would you take this job? Like, if you're an up-and-coming coach that's got you think you've got somewhat of a bright future, would you take this job?
Well, I think it depends on what do you want, right? Because what was Pat Fitzgerald making? $6 million.
Yeah,
$7
$6
million?
million. But now he's the legendary coach there, so I don't know that they're going to.
But they're at least going to play 3.5, 4
Yeah, I mean
million.
they're going to pay good millions.
Yeah, I mean, so you would get. So I mean, the question for everybody out there. This is where I think coaches sometimes think different than general public. You want to succeed, right? How many people would take a challenging job right now if they were guaranteed to get $20 million?
I think 99% of the population.
Yeah, most people.
99.9%,
Yeah.
right? And so I think this is one area where media actually discusses things in a way that coaches might not, because the coaches are a little bit more rational. If you just take it outside of the coaching arena and you say, hey, there's this job available that you have an opportunity to take, it is going to potentially mean that the next job you will get will not be as good because it's such a challenging job. But in the meantime, you get $20 million guaranteed. Almost everybody would take it. And so I think the question is, to what extent I'm always, let me just say this. I'm always a big believer that you should never take a job because you're trying to get the next job. And so that's the advice that I would give to any coach out there. If this is not a job that you think, hey, I could be comfortable doing this for the next 10 or 15 years, I don't think you should take it. Because if you're taking jobs to try to stair step somewhere else, then oftentimes you don't do a good enough job at the job you took. And these are not bad jobs. So I am sure that they will be able to have some success at attracting a decent coach. I think there are coaches probably that look at a school like Northwestern or Stanford or Vanderbilt and think, Duke, hey, I'll have a little bit more time there. I actually have somewhat of a unique product that I can go out and sell to recruits. I can recruit a higher caliber of student athlete, right? Somebody who actually wants to come to school and stay 3 or 4 years and values a degree. And so I do think the Northwestern job has a lot of appeal because there's lots of people who would like to make $20 million guaranteed. Now, the question is, what are reasonable expectations? And I think that gets into a more interesting dynamic. And I also think at this point in time, you have to factor in the 12-team playoff, which is going to start next year. And the 12-team playoff is a big deal because going forward, it means that, the goal of winning the Big Ten or being, I guess they don't have divisions anymore, right? Or they're doing away with them.
After this year, they do
last
away.
year.
Yeah, being one of the top 2 teams in the Big Ten to make the Big Ten title game is not as important going forward as, hey, at some point in the next decade, is it possible that we could fight our way into a 12-team playoff? So that's all a roundabout fashion to say, I think the job is pretty good. I think the timing is tough because we're not very far away from, the season officially starting, which is why I would think they probably will bring in an interim coach, promote somebody from within that staff for this season and give them a chance to audition for the job.
Clay, I know we're in a guilty until proven innocent society, but this is one of those with the allegations out there, now that he's been fired, with the reputation that he had 26 years there, I don't think he gets fired if there's not some validity to this. But how weird is this story? Naked offensive lineman lathered up, blocking the shower from freshmen coming in and trying to take showers. Naked bear crawls, quarterback center exchanges, naked. It's just weird stuff.
Yeah, let me just ask you this. Would you do a naked quarterback center exchange?
Hell no.
I would
Yes.
not. No.
What? No, wait, no.
Clay, we've all got a price, but no.
Well, let me ask the question this way, Clay. You have to do it to save your family. Do you want to be the quarterback or the center?
Quarterback.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
But boy, that's tough.
Well, you have to do both because you want to see which one's more uncomfortable.
If I'm the quarterback, that's tough placement for me, man.
Yeah. Well, if we're taking a picture, I definitely want to be the quarterback.
Quarterback, I would just say there might be some center quarterback exchange issues if I were the quarterback in that in the naked quarterback center. I'm not committing to the snap.
I might fumble the snap or play the shot. I'm going to play the shotgun as much as possible. Yes.
Yes, I'm definitely, that's a good point. I'm definitely going to call the shotgun there and take a couple of steps back, or not execute that. So some of this stuff I just don't believe. Right now, I could see people that are actually funny. Like, this would be hysterical, right? If you'd had a few beers, and I remember, I think it was Matt Hasselbeck when he was quarterback of the Titans. He came on with us and told an amazing story. His center had really bad diarrhea and had been just pooping through his pants left and right, and he had no idea. And at halftime, one of the trainers came over and he was like, "Hey, man, I'm just giving you a heads up. You probably want to stop licking your hands."
Oh, God, no.
God.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
I didn't say definitely, probably.
It's up to you.
Woke up with double pink eye.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. But so some of this stuff, I can see as being funny because it's so ridiculous, that, no pun intended, I guess, that I can't imagine it actually being done in a serious fashion. Some hazing, let's just say, the Few Good Men style hazing. Hey, you're not doing your runs well enough. You're kind of letting down the esprit de corps. You've got to do more push-ups. We're going to make you run more. We're going to make you, people who have been in fraternities, when you're getting quizzed on fraternity lore and you get things wrong and you have to do push-ups, stuff like that. So some of these that are physical in nature, where it's hey, we're trying to toughen you up, go run. This has been a punishment for years, right? Probably almost everybody listening to us right now has been involved on a team where somebody said, somebody did something and the coach's response was, "Hey, go run the stairs. Hey, go run laps around the field. Hey, you've got to do, you're doing hundreds, you're doing sprints. You're going to do burpees. You're going to do up downs," right? This is this is very standard stuff as it pertains to discipline associated with teams, right? I would imagine that you guys were not always perfect in your endeavors as athletes ever either, and you've had to do some of these punishments at some point in time, right? Whole teams sometimes have to do them, all these things. Those are physical training connected punishments. A lot of these don't feel, they feel like they're just jokes and or things that were done in a comedic fashion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
They don't
yeah.
feel to me like doing naked center quarterback exchanges is not going to actually make you better at any sport, right? And so that feels to me more like a prank, whether you like it or not, than it does hey, this is a form of hazing associated with trying to make you better at football. And there are examples of this, right? In the how often do we see on Hard Knocks guys get their haircuts done by the veterans?
Right.
That doesn't have anything to do with making you better at football. It's just a prank that the veterans think are funny. I still remember seeing Tim Tebow's haircut where he looked like Friar Tuck. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
That's one of the funniest rookie haircuts I've ever seen. He came out and he looked like Friar Tuck from Robin Hood, if you guys remember that guy, that haircut back in the day. And so anyway, so I just question to what extent these were one, that they occurred, and two, if they did occur, whether they were more of hey, these are drunk funny pranks than they were actually malicious in nature.
So, yeah, Clay Travis is with us, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. You can follow him there. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. To your point earlier, probably the worst punishment other than losing the bracket challenges on this show are one thing. But I lost a bet once in high school and had to run naked down the street and back to the head cheerleader's house. She lived down the street from my friend, ring the doorbell, and then run back naked. I think our default embarrassment is doing stuff naked, though. That's the whole thing that's at play here, right? That wasn't.
I'll give you two examples.
Yeah.
We used to play beer pong a lot. If you got run in beer pong, you had to do a naked sprint. That means that you got beat. For people who have played beer pong, you got the table run on you. You didn't make a single, beer pong cup and the other guy or the other team that you were playing against, skunked you, for lack of a better term, that was a punishment that was in play. I remember losing a bet with a college roommate over the, if you guys remember, the Titans and Ravens, 1999, the year that the Ravens won the title. My roommate was from Baltimore, huge Ravens fan, and we had bet, whichever team lost. And I thought, by the way, I thought it was a good bet for me that one of us had to run naked around square in college. Again, these are things that people do. They're voluntary in many ways, but I don't think of, I don't think that you could make and I'm just using this, naked quarterback center exchange thing. I don't think you could make somebody do that as a punishment, right? That doesn't feel like that feels like a joke to the extent that it ever happened. I have no idea, but it feels like a joke naked punishment thing. Like, oh, you guys got skunked in beer pong. Now you have to do a naked quarterback center exchange, right? I can see. Am I crazy? I can definitely see that being a punishment for somebody who got skunked in a game, especially if alcohol was involved.
I just don't want to see another naked dude.
Wait, I should point out in my punishment.
This is always the question. Like you mentioned, like you're blocking the
shower
to the shower, right? I remember talking, and I've seen them, and I bet you guys have before too. And you talk to any athlete, the number of shower fights that occur is off the charts in college, in pro sports even. And everybody always says they're by far the most awkward fights because you got two guys slipping and sliding all over the place naked in a locker room, and the other guys have to decide, like, at what point do we go break this up, which means we got to grab other naked guys and drag them apart, right? Like, if you ask anybody the most awkward fight to break up, like, okay, scrap on the field, one guy's throwing a punch at another guy, court, whatever, like, you just go grab him and kind of drag him out. But and that's fairly common in practice and whatnot. But the naked shower fight, people are like, man, I got to touch another thing. Like, they'll just kind of stand there and let them throw punches at each other for a while.
Yeah, no, I tell you, one of the most awkward movie scenes ever, Eastern Promises, Viggo Mortensen shower scene in Russia where they're fighting with a couple of blades in a shower naked. It was completely odd. Great movie.
Yeah, it is just kind of funny to think about because I guarantee you every member of a college football or NFL team, they have, or a lot of high school guys too, they have a story about people were actually taking a shower, they get in a fight, like how do you break up the naked guy fight? Like that's the worst place to have to try to break up a fight anywhere really on the planet for that reason.
Hey, Clay, have you seen the movie Sound of Freedom?
I have not. We had Jim Caviezel on the show yesterday, who's the star of that movie.
Yeah, well, I just want to say this first. So I went and saw it. I had never heard of it until the Monday before the 4th of July. I went to see it Saturday night. I was blown away. I think it's an incredible story. I thought it was a really good movie, powerful message. I tweeted out about it, and I got backlash. People have made this a political thing, and it's child trafficking, which I just don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get it either. And I know because we talked with Caviezel, who was, and I might be mispronouncing his last name, but he talked about it. Probably had 15 minutes on the show yesterday. And what's wild is that the movie, and again, you guys may be able to pull up the box office numbers. I think it's like giving Indiana Jones a run for the for the money here, right?
It is.
The amount of people going is really pretty incredible, and this kind of ties in with what I see a lot in the media. And I wrote about this. I don't know if you guys saw it, talking about NBA ratings. There is a lack of willingness to admit that people might have motivations different than your own, and it might impact business. And let me explain what I mean. So when the Bud Light thing has happened, right? But before that ever arose, the most watched, I bet you guys know, what's the most watched NBA title game the most watched NBA game of all time?
Oh, I think Michael Jordan, Game 6 against Utah.
That's 100% right. Over 35 million people watched that game. It is the single most watched basketball game to ever air on television in American history. By 2020, the average NBA Finals game was 20% of the audience that watched Michael Jordan and the Jazz, that Game 6 series, Bulls-Jazz. Okay, so during that same time, we have had record highs set in Super Bowl viewing, for instance. We had the most watched women's basketball game of all time, the LSU-Iowa game that just happened. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, that one. The opening rounds of the NCAA tournament this past year, also highest rated. Why is it that the NBA peaked 25 years ago and college basketball, men's and women's, continue to set new record highs, and the NFL continues to set new record highs? That's the data. That's not me making any argument. Now, my argument is I think it's politics. I think for some reason there is a refusal to acknowledge that tens of millions of people who voted for Donald Trump also like basketball. I don't understand why that's incongruous to people. Does that surprise you that many people who would vote Donald Trump would also really enjoy basketball?
Yeah, but I mean, I could also make a counter argument to you that boxing and horse racing and baseball used to be the most popular sports in America. I mean, what happened to them?
The counter argument to that is basketball in college is actually setting records. So people like basketball. Yes, you can make an argument. Hey, there's an issue associated with people aren't watching this sport or that sport as much as they used to. That's certainly true. But basketball isn't unpopular, right? We just had the most watched men's and women's college basketball tournaments ever. So why isn't the NBA also setting all-time records?
I mean, I don't know. I know what your argument is, and that could be it. I mean, that could be it.
Okay. Yes. So to me, the fascinating part is, I mean, I think that's what the evidence reflects. Now, you can make other arguments. You can be like, well, load management has made the NBA less popular. But a lot of the stuff in the NBA hasn't changed, right? They still play 82 games. They still have basically the same franchises. I think it's because LeBron James, Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, certainly Mark Cuban, like all these people feuding with me, I think it's because they have disrespected a huge part of their fan base, and that fan base feels disrespected and is choosing to spend their time consuming other products, right? And by the way, I think if the SEC, like, think about this. Would Adam Silver come out and say publicly, whether you voted for Donald Trump or Joe Biden, we'd love for you to watch the NBA Finals? I don't think you would. I don't think you would. Can you imagine? Would it be impactful if Greg Sankey came out and said, if you're an SEC fan and you voted for Donald Trump, I don't want you to come and watch our game?
Well, that would be stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
But would it be impactful? Do you think?
Well, yeah, it would be impactful. Yeah, it would have an impact. Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to go anymore. Well, yeah. I think basically the NBA has given the middle finger to a huge portion of its fan base. And so on LT's point, there is a refusal to acknowledge even the idea that getting political with left-wing politics might detract from the overall number of people who are willing to watch a sport. And they even will attack, like LT just said, like you went and watched the movie and said you liked it. You're getting attacked because that movie is seen to have a political bent, which
well, I'm being accused of being a what is it again, Rockstar? I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
QAnon.
A QAnon.
Yeah. So because you went and watched the movie in a theater and then said, "Hey, this movie's pretty good." I mean, I'd like to watch it at some point. I just haven't had time. By the way, I went and watched Indiana Jones. I mean, I like going to the movie. So, you know, if there's a good movie made, I still enjoy going and getting popcorn and sitting in the seat and watching it, regardless. I just like the new Air movie. You know, I think I came on and talked to you guys about how good I thought it was about Michael Jordan and the way that they remade, told the story of how he signed with Nike, even though there were some historical inaccuracies in that story. It's a really good movie. So I just think there's a unwillingness to accept that people might have other motivations, and that, particularly in the world of sports, if your goal, look, my last book was called Republicans Buy Sneakers Too, because I think if you're in the business of sports, you should want everybody, regardless of their politics, to come watch your product. And if I were SEC commissioner, I'd be very comfortable coming out and saying, hey, whether you voted for Joe Biden or voted for Donald Trump or voted for an independent third-party candidate, we hope you love college football. We think it brings everybody together, right? That to me is a no-brainer comment. Think about it. I don't believe Adam Silver would be willing to say publicly, if you voted for Donald Trump, we hope you'll still be an NBA fan and come watch our game.
Well,
and I think that's why the NBA's taken big hits in terms of its branding and in terms of its audience.
Man, that could be true. I have no idea if he would say that or not. It would be.
Has he ever said it?
I don't know. I don't know if he's ever been asked.
Well, I mean, it would be easy, right? I just told you.
It would be easy for me to say I'd like to be a member at Augusta National, but but
do you think what I just said, like Greg, Greg Sankey, do you think that he would be comfortable saying, hey, regardless of who you voted for president, I hope you'll come to SEC football games and enjoy them. We want to have everybody be entertained.
Yes, absolutely.
So why wouldn't the NBA say
I don't know. I have no earthly idea.
It's because they don't respect half of the country. That's the answer. And I think that's a really bad business to be in if your goal is to try to appeal to the whole country.
He is Clay Travis, at Clay Travis on Twitter, founder of Outkick. Clay, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
All right, we'll do.
All right, man. See you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. One firing that I really can't believe Lance left off when we return on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines. We continue on the next round. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Again, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated product. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. It's available now in 22 states. Again, their aim is clarity and taste. It's vodka perfection. Again, it's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled, available at local package stores, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
All right, so Lance did 5 crazy firings on the hill of Pat Fitzgerald. He left off Bob Petrino, who was fired because he had a co-ed basically on the back of a motorcycle. Really, she was a university employee in the volleyball program, right?
Yeah, I think she was a former volleyball player.
Or that was in the football program.
And then she was in like she helped raise funds for the athletic program or something. Anyway, she was employed by
she
Arkansas.
was. I mean, this was a clear violation there. So he lays the motorcycle down. She's on it. He gets fired because of it. By the way, Petrino at the time, lest you forget, as Scott shows Rockstar's favorite photo of all time.
And I still don't think
the neck brace at the press conference with the Sugar Bowl hat.
I don't think it was a motorcycle wreck.
You think he got his tail whipped?
Oh yeah, because
by a jilted lover.
You know, he had. I think Arkansas is a helmet law state, and
he wasn't wearing a helmet.
Well, I mean, look.
You think that's what's caused?
No, I'm just talking about the abrasions on his face. I'm talking about. I think the dude drug him all over the room.
Yeah, it is weird when you're in one of those states that doesn't have a helmet law. And
I hate it. It makes me so like nervous for the person.
Oh, I am too. But there are adults making decisions. I mean, it's on them.
It's a bad decision.
Well, I agree completely. But you see it a lot when you're in those states. So Petrino, not on your list, not in your top 5. And for those that forget, if you weren't around for that story, you've just forgotten. He had Arkansas near an all-time high. Well, I won't say an all-time high, but near an all-time high.
I just went to the summit yesterday for the first time in like a week, and they've completely ripped down what used to be Sweet Bones, Alabama.
I remember that.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're building there. It's some kind of big structure.
I don't either. That's another thing. I don't want to chase a rabbit here, but I wish more people would put up a sign saying what they're building.
Yeah,
I
hate
hate driving by like, I wonder what that's going to be.
So I do the cut-through when I go to walk-ons. You know, so I come across from Meadowbrook.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I go straight over 280. Yep. And so I guess, what's the church on my left? Big church.
Oh, Brook Hills.
Yeah, Brook Hills. Across the street from that.
Yeah, I think that's condos.
On the right side, they're building massive amount of stuff. And I don't know what it is, but I agree with you. Put a sign in the ground.
That's
this
right.
is what we're building.
I just want to know what you're building.
You know,
that's all
coming soon. I want to see that too. Yeah, so they wiped that out. My point was going to be, we all, and Rockstar might have been there. I know me, you, Dunaway. I know C. Stu was there. We went to Sweet Bones on Black Friday to watch Arkansas and LSU.
That's right.
Arkansas was up 14-0. If they go on and win that game, they go to the SEC championship, and they're playing in the national championship.
That is correct. Yep.
But they did.
They didn't. So, I mean, he had them in that. So they haven't been in that position since then. I mean, John L. Smith took over. Brett Bielema was bad there. Chad Morris was worse there. Sam Pittman's trying to dig him out of a hole. It has been a terrible program since. They've never been anywhere close. He had them in the national championship hunt. The year Alabama in 2011, you were talking about when Alabama and LSU played for the national championship, I firmly believe Arkansas was the third best team in the country that year.
Oh, yeah,
they just
were.
happened to be in the absolute wrong division. That was their problem. So that wasn't on there. George O'Leary, who had the Notre Dame job, he was going to be the Notre Dame head coach that already hired him. And they go back and look at his resume and say, you know what, you didn't letter at New Hampshire University. We're going to fire you. I mean, why would you do that? Like, I mean, if you really like the coach, you would say, hey, we got an announcement to make. For some reason, George O'Leary at one point had on his resume, he lettered at New Hampshire. I don't know why anybody would brag about that. We've come to find out he didn't. We're going to dock him 1 week pay, and we'll start the season in September.
You know what the problem was? George O'Leary, and I'm just guessing here, I bet he didn't have representation. Or he had
bad representation.
Or he had an old friend. Because, guys that represent certain coaches that we know, they would vet that resume and make sure there was not one error, not even a typo on that thing.
Yeah.
And especially if you're getting a job like Notre Dame.
But, he got the job from Georgia Tech. He was 52-33, 36-22, so he wasn't exactly killing it at Georgia Tech.
That shows you how bad the Notre Dame job was for a minute.
Yeah. So anyway, but I just cannot believe Notre Dame didn't stand behind him in that whole deal. I remember it when it happened, thinking they're really firing the guy over a resume? If this is the guy you want, you go to battle for the guy. You're like, hey, look, we don't think you should have lied on his resume, but he didn't exactly tell us he won a Nobel Peace Prize. He told us he lettered it in New Hampshire. Now, I think we can get past this and him coach the team.
Have you ever embellished a resume?
I've never had a resume.
Yeah, so I've only had one resume, and it's been 25 years ago, but I'm going to guess that I embellished a little bit.
And what do you think you embellished?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, look, I had a degree. I graduated from Alabama.
Yeah.
But when you put, certain activities... maybe even like job duties, former jobs. You embellish what you might have done.
Yeah, I mean, and I know yesterday when I said on the show that my wife has no earthly idea what I make for a living, and then she doubled down and said she doesn't even know what she makes on a weekly basis. People in the chat room that don't know me personally said I'm lying about that, which is a weird thing for me, to lie about, but whatever. And you probably think I'm lying about the resume thing too. I've done resumes for college projects and classes you had to do it, but in the professional world, I've never done a resume, so no. But I don't think I would say the only thing I could absolutely embellish on is that I've graduated from Jacksonville State. That's easily verifiable, right? I don't think I would lie about that.
No,
on
I
a
think
resume.
the way you would put is Jacksonville State, 99.9% grad, just missing one Spanish credit.
Put the 6 years that I attended, and maybe they'll think, well, God, in 6 years, he probably got a graduate degree. I don't know why you fired George O'Leary over that. The one you left off, I can't believe you left off, is in the market we do this show from, we had a high school football coach fired because he had two families. I mean, that one's about as salacious as they come. He had literally two separate families.
Well, the interesting thing about that is
and he was super successful.
How many jobs has he gotten since?
Well, he's gotten a lot, but I mean,
does he still have two families or only one?
I really couldn't tell you. I've lost touch with him. He's back coaching in Alabama. But I mean, the dude literally had two families. He was massively successful. Hey, is Lunsford back there? Lunsford, you follow high school football on the day-to-day, right? If Rush Propst had only had one family, I can't believe I'm asking this question. If Rush Propst had only one family, would he still be at Hoover right now killing it?
No.
What would have happened to him, you think?
He would have still gotten fired for
what?
For cheating systems, making money he wasn't supposed to be making, all that kind of stuff.
Wait,
if he's winning, they cover that up.
Yeah.
They couldn't cover up two families.
To this point, he would have been fired at some point. He would have done something enough. It would have stacked up to where he would have gotten fired, I think. But here's the thing. He's not only since Hoover and everything that happened there, he went to Colquitt County. He got fired there for all kind of ethics violations. Then he went to Valdosta. He got them on probation and got fired there. And now he's back in Alabama. So every school he's gone to, he's gotten fired. And Colquitt County and Valdosta are two of the top programs in Georgia.
Well,
so he's done the same thing. Not the same thing necessarily, but
he's kept it to one family at those
points. He's like 10 families now. It's weird. No, he's gotten fired at every major school. That's the thing. Pell City. I don't mean this is a shot to Pell City, but it's not Hoover, it's not Colquitt County, it's not Valdosta. He's done it all there, and now he's ended up at Pell City. So
we had this conversation when you left Lunsford. We were in a meeting, and we were talking about him taking the Pell City job and the staff that he is building there. And I don't know what classification are they, 6 or 7A?
Pell City?
Yeah,
6A.
So they've got a shot in the next couple of years for him to turn this thing around and maybe win a championship, right?
No, there's too much talent in 6A. Even if he went out and recruited the best roster out there, he's not going to beat Clay Chalville year to year. He's not going to beat.
Look at Lance. They're down in his power ratings.
He's not going to beat
now.
Saraland year to year. He's not going to beat Spanish Fort year to year.
Ooh, I
just in terms of winning a state championship.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't have success.
If he was there 5 years, I would take. If Dunaway was here, I would take a stake that he wins state championship.
Dunaway would win a stake from you.
Okay.
I'll bet it with Lunsford.
Lunsford,
I'll bet you anything you want.
Whoa. That just accelerated.
You do have to give me odds because how many?
Well, no, now he wants odds.
Well, I mean, how many schools are there in 6A?
Forrester says 0 chance. Forrester says 0 chance.
It's about 60-ish.
It has been a bad job, right?
Yes.
I think I'm with
there
them.
have been good coaches there that haven't been. I mean, Rush Probst as a coach, yes, is still a very good coach, but there have been good coaches there that haven't won.
I think I'm with him. I think I'd bet against it too.
What about him getting to the semifinals?
You can get an easy path because the thing is the regions change every year. I mean,
okay, I'll either take a 3-1 that he wins a state championship, or I'll take even money he gets to the semifinal.
I'll bet you 3-1 he doesn't win a state championship.
Okay, we'll figure out the amount off the air.
The University of Montevallo is where Dunaway attended school. All the Fighting Dunaways there at the University of Montevallo. Perhaps you've got a rising senior who's now looking for a place to go next fall. Go ahead and start them at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Get an immersive 3D tour there. Schedule an in-person tour. Just take them to see one of the most beautiful campuses in the South. Montevallo.edu, one of the best values as well, and that's important. If you're like me and you're paying for college soon, or like Lance, you're paying for college, that value is critical. Montevallo.edu, that is montevallo.edu. So those are just some, I mean, George O'Leary, Bob Petrino, Rush Probst jumped out at me. I don't think you had a terrible list. I think it's just crazy how many crazy firings we've had in this wild. I mean, most of those are college football.
And look, again, Dave Bliss might be the craziest. I mean,
it's another one you left off. Yeah, a guy that covered up a murder.
Yeah, he had a player kill somebody, and he covered it up.
Well, he didn't have that player. A player that was playing for him.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, he didn't put out a hit on somebody.
No.
That would be even crazier, though. Yeah, but I mean, he covered up a murder at Baylor.
But I don't think, we used to joke, Saban's the only coach that could survive, killing somebody. I don't think Saban could survive something like that.
Like if he unfortunately had a player kill someone and he covered
he knew
the murder
about it. Yeah,
he knew about
it. I
want
to know his side of the story. I didn't want to know what happened, like if it was justified.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the player's dead. It's not like we can bring him back.
Yeah, it was done.
What an awful story. I remember that
about the past.
I remember that story coming out, being like, "This cannot be real." But then they freaking had the audio on it. You remember? That's what burned him, right? If somebody had taped him, wasn't there audio on it or something like that? There was a.
Yeah, I think there was Dave Bliss audio.
Yeah, which, by the way, wasn't there Art Briles audio as well?
Yeah.
I mean, 2 Baylor coaches who were, I don't remember how successful Bliss was.
If I'm Dave Aranda, I'll learn how to sign.
Gosh almighty, if you're Dave Aranda, just stay out of it, man. Learn how to sign like sign language.
Yeah.
Dave Bliss, how successful was he at the time?
Not very successful.
So they probably, about anybody's going to get fired for that one.
Again, and that is one.
Oh yeah, he was a 500 coach. He had only been to the NIT. They sucked.
Yeah, that is one of the best turnaround jobs in collegiate sports history. What Scott Drew's been able to do.
What was more incredible? What Scott Drew did at Baylor, or what Matt Rule did at Baylor?
I think Scott Drew, because think about it, Scott Drew. They didn't even play a non-conference schedule.
Yeah, they did not start playing until conference play. Yeah, like it was late December, early January before they played a game.
And as good as Matt Rule did in winning a conference championship, Scott Drew won a national championship. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
If you would have said from where Dave Bliss was getting fired that day, restarting that program, and where it is right now, I mean, Baylor's one of the top 10 programs in college basketball.
You're going to send out a lock. Well, no, we have a lock, you think?
I didn't mention Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss either.
Oh, Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss. Again, we could just do this in college football, easily do a top 10. You going to have a lock later today on the All-Star
I'm going to give out the All-Star game. The American League hasn't lost since 2012. It's a pick tonight. The total's at 7. So, again, coming off a 3-0 Sunday, we had no play last night on the Home Run Derby. I don't even know who I would have had last night. I think I probably would have had Rosarina.
Oh, Rosarina?
Probably.
It's presented each day by our friends at Hemp Hill, though, the lock, yes?
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill want to remind you with this summer weather, they are offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Our 40 and 40 team was in the Big 12 yesterday. They just so happen to reside in the Big 12 today as well. We will unveil our 40 and 40 team next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. All right, we're about to unveil our 40 and 40 team back in the Big 12 today. A very, very interesting conference this year. But I guess moving forward, I'm still interested in it. Obviously, not having Oklahoma and Texas is going to hurt. But I'm fascinated to see how these new teams do fit in there. Central Florida, Houston, all the new teams, obviously. I'm fascinated to see how they fit in there.
Well, according to Big 12 Media Days, none of them outside of Central Florida. Central Florida got a little respect.
Yeah, but they were voted 8th by the media this year.
But, Cincinnati, BYU, Houston, none of these teams are getting any respect at all. And, again, BYU with Keaton Slovis coming in. Kalani Sitake's a good coach.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. Tell us about Michelson Laser Vision before we unveil the team. Michelson Laser Vision.
205-969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After I got the procedure done, it only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
So in case you missed it, Texas was picked by the media to win the Big 12. I don't have a problem with that. If I had to pick, I'd pick Texas as well.
I would pick Texas as well, too. I mean, it's 1 of 2 for me. It's either Texas or the team we're previewing today.
Kansas State was picked second by the media to win the Big 12. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's where I would have Kansas State.
Yeah, I would have Kansas State right there. I can go back and forth on these two. Look, Kansas State is your reigning Big 12 champion. They were 10-3 last year. It was 10 wins, first time since 2012, where Bill Snyder had them on the cusp of playing for a national championship, or at least they were right around it. They played in the Fiesta Bowl that year, I think, against Baylor.
Oklahoma was picked to finish third. That's where, as Scott shows you if you're watching us on video, shows you the order there. That's where I think we started buying brand, honestly. I don't know that I would have picked Oklahoma third.
Well, we'll see. If Brent Venables is a good coach, you've still got talent there, and you've got an experienced quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. I mean, it would not blow me away if Oklahoma is playing for the Big 12 championship at all.
Texas Tech, you've seen Oklahoma in our 40 and 40. Texas Tech was picked fourth. You've seen them in our 40 and 40. TCU was picked fifth. They have been in our 40 and 40. Baylor picked sixth. They also have been. Oklahoma State picked seventh. They've been there. UCF was in it. They're eighth. But today, in our 40 and 40, we are up to team number 16. And it's the only team other than Texas we haven't mentioned there. It is, as Scott unveils it, Kansas State. The Wildcats, the defending Big 12 champions, pick number 16 by our voters. That's a big drop.
Yeah, again, 10-4 last year, beat TCU in a really classic Big 12 championship game. They lose Deuce Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn, complete stud, a guy that had almost 2,000 scrimmage yards.
Going to the Cowboys.
But Will Howard coming back. Watching Will Howard last year, he only appeared in 7 games, but this is a guy in 7 games had over 1,600 yards and 15 touchdowns. And there is a potential with Colin Klein as his offensive coordinator coming back again this year, that he could be the third best quarterback I've seen at Kansas State. Fourth best, I'll go right now.
Fourth best quarterback you've seen at Kansas State. Michael Bishop is the easy one.
Colin Klein.
Okay.
Chad May.
Yeah.
And then I might go Will Howard. If he plays like he did last year, I think he could be that guy.
Rockstar, give us cut number 1. Speaking of Will Howard, he is the quarterback coming back, as Lance mentioned, for Kansas State, a guy that you think could have a good year. He was at the Manning Passing Academy. You'll see that video here at the Manning Passing Academy where Will Howard talks about building off that Big 12 championship. They ultimately lost in the Sugar Bowl to Alabama. That's a bowl game. That's exhibition. But building off that Big 12 championship here, here's the Kansas State quarterback.
How does Kansas State piggyback off of the success of last year into turning it into something a little more continuous, maybe, going back to the days of the 90s, I guess?
Yeah, that's what after the Sugar Bowl, that's what I said, is that, this isn't just an out of the ordinary thing. This is going to be normal, every year we're going to be at the top, and I'm looking forward to making it a normal thing for Kansas State to be at the top. And obviously, like, the Sugar Bowl didn't go how we wanted it, but I think, in a way it was kind of a blessing in disguise because it kind of reminded us, the work we need to do to beat a top team like Alabama and, having the experience that we did and kind of coming out with some fire that, we have some unfinished business.
The old blessing in disguise game. He threw for only 1,600 yards. This is not a refined passing offense by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, again, he only played in 7 games. Adrian Martinez was the guy that started the season.
233 a game, 15 touchdowns. So basically 2 touchdowns a game.
Yeah. I still think Will Howard in this offense, missing Deuce Vaughn is going to be a big deal. The other side you look at, they've got to replace a lot in the secondary, and the secondary completely torched by Bryce Young. Now, Bryce Young torched a lot of secondaries.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good quarterback.
So we'll see how good the secondary is, and, you got to go to Texas. Now, I think they could be favored 9 games, and Chris Kleiman's one of these coaches. As an underdog, he fares well. If you look at Texas versus other Big 12 teams, they have the most difficulty with?
Texas versus other Big 12 teams, I guess Kansas State.
It's Kansas State,
wow.
I mean, we're talking about Texas's win percentage.
Yeah.
It's the lowest against Kansas State. as far as any other Big 12 teams.
Urology Centers of Alabama is bringing us the 40 and 40 this year.
Yeah, hey, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. I like this Kansas State team.
Well, they open against Southeastern Missouri.
Win.
Southeast Missouri. I'll give them a win there.
Troy's tricky.
Troy at home. It is an FS1 new 11 o'clock kick. Boy, I can't wait. Week 2, man. Right out of the chute, FS1. We got some Troy K-State. That's a good game.
It reminds me, week 2, I think the year was 2001, 2002. They had an 11 o'clock kick against a Marshall team that came in and upset them.
Yep.
But Troy is a game that can be tricky. I still think Kansas State wins that game.
They're at Missouri week 3.
Again, another tricky game.
It's a tricky game. 11 o'clock SEC Network kick. I agree with you. I think they win. And then a fascinating game to me. They host UCF. It is UCF's first Big 12 game on the road. They got to go to Kansas State. I mean, I mentioned it with Gus. Gus is a guy that is going to win a game he's not supposed to win and lose a game he had no business even being close in. This would be the type of game he would win and he's not supposed to win.
Again, the month of September.
It's not easy.
Outside of Southeast Missouri State, yeah, it's not easy. But I think they start 4-0, and I think they're going to be favored in those first 4 games. And then depending on what Oklahoma State is, they're probably a dog when they go to Stillwater. A Friday game, by the way.
Yeah, that is weird. Friday, October 6th, an ESPN Friday night game. That's a good game for a Friday night. 6:30
really good.
kick. To start the month of October. At Oklahoma State, K-State at Oklahoma State and T-Boone Pickens Stadium. So you can see that one on main ESPN, a Friday night.
I had to watch Kansas State and Oklahoma State 2 years ago on ESPN+.
And now it's a prime Friday night game on ESPN.
Yeah. Texas Tech's going to be tough on the road.
On the road, that's a tough place to play.
I think they'll be favored against TCU at home. They're going to be favored against Houston at home. They're going to be dogs at Texas.
Which right now would shape up as your Big 12 game of the year if you look at the preseason predictions.
I think it could be. They're going to be favored against Baylor at home, favored at Kansas, favored against Iowa State at home. They avoid Oklahoma in the regular season.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I say
although
that.
Kansas State beat Lincoln Riley and Oklahoma back-to-back years.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how much Texas has struggled with them. Oklahoma struggled badly with them. You remember that game, the Jalen Hurts year, where they're in Manhattan and Oklahoma could not stop them. They just lined up and ran it down Oklahoma's throat.
I'm looking at, it's interesting when we pull schedules, it's got, ticket prices. And the ticket prices for Kansas State, you don't have to have a lot of money to be a Kansas State fan.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get tickets as low at Texas Tech, Kansas State at Texas Tech, which seems to be a really good game on paper. And I wouldn't be surprised if the winner of that game plays for the Big 12 championship. Tickets as low as $15.
Yeah, let's go. I've always wanted to go, Rockstar, I've always wanted to go to a game at Jones AT&T Stadium in Lubbock.
What's holding you back?
Just got to plug up some wires.
That's all you got to do.
Hey, did Scott go to the Auburn-Kansas State game in Manhattan? Scott, did you cover that for 3340?
Yeah. I went to the Little Apple.
The Little Apple. What'd you think? I've always thought that looks like a fun place to go to a game, but I remember Auburn fans didn't really like it.
The stadium was all right. It is it's by far the smallest airport I've ever been to.
Did you have to get off the plane on stairs like a hostage?
Oh,
or did
yeah.
they oh, really?
Yeah.
Man, I bet that sucks at that airport in the winter because they got crap weather there. So that they don't even have a place where you can pull up to the terminal.
No. I remember getting off the plane and then basically going to a rental car counter.
Yeah, I mean that
right
was
off the plane.
that was Salina too. Because I got Salina, got off, walked off the plane into a terminal. There's only 2 flights per day. Got an Uber, believe it or not. Went to that rat hotel where people are killed and prostitution
right there on the side.
and crack.
Free HBO, people are
well,
killed.
I mean,
prostitution and
it's
crack.
yeah. I mean, it's knives, it's crack, it's whores. I mean,
yeah.
But then I got on the bus and then I went through Manhattan, Kansas, and it just looked like a bigger Salina. Tom over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, by the way, 4 great locations. Get that vehicle service before you get on the road heading to the beach, the lake. He says, no way K-State has been more successful against Texas than TCU. TCU recently, but the history I'm talking about, Texas versus Kansas State, 15-10. Texas versus TCU. Would you like to guess this, Brown?
How many have I?
93 meetings.
Oh, 93 all time.
Yeah.
93 all time. TCU used to be good way back in the day, but I would say in 93, Texas has won 63 of the 93.
Very close, 64.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like that's one Texas would own.
Yeah.
Now, TCU had some really good teams back in the day, but boy, they were crap for a long time. I mean, they had some bad. Before Gary Patterson got there, they were bad for a long time.
Yeah, if we were doing power rankings of coaches in the Big 12, I would have Chris Kleiman really, really close to the top. I mean,
well, we'll hit a little bit more of them with our buddy Ian Fitzsimmions. He lives out in that area. He sees a lot of Big 12 football. We'll talk some college football with him. Before we get to Ian, though, Tough Dog Coatings did my garage. My buddy, I've got friends hit me up left and right about Tough Dog. One of them, another one out of state. And I'm like, listen, these are Birmingham guys, these Alabama guys. They may travel to you, but they're taking care of Birmingham and the state of Alabama right now. Tough Dog Coatings did my garage floors. Now, perhaps you have been maybe in a high-end car dealership or something, and you notice like their garage floors or their cement floors, they were covered with that nice coating and they got the flakes in them. That's what this is, and it's good. You may think it's only for big industrial places. No. It is good for your home, for your place of business. It's good for your basement, your garage, your pool surrounds. It comes with a 15-year warranty, so they totally stand behind their product. They came out to my house. They tested the cracks of the foundation just to make sure they're superficial, the cracks in the floor there, to make sure they weren't foundational, they were superficial. And then they checked the moisture. Now, the reason they do that is they don't want their product to fail. And if there are cracks in the foundation, if it's foundational or moisture related, it's going to affect their product. They don't want their product to fail because they're going to give you that 15-year warranty. They tested everything, tested outright. So they came out, they ground it down, they got it nice and smooth. They put the coating down, they put the flakes down. It looks amazing. It feels amazing. It even smells better in my basement. I mentioned basements, garages, pool surrounds, all of that right there with Tough Dog Coatings. 15-year warranty, easy to clean, looks amazing. Hey, it even exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. So you're not going to slip and fall when maybe a car pulls in and it's dripping off some rainwater. Call this number, 205-947-3639, 205-947-3639, or visit ToughDogGarageFloors.com. TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. We talk with Fitzy next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of The Next Round starting now. This hour always presented by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 right there in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. If you're looking for a great place for lunch, Champy's Chicken is that place for you, my friend. Go by and enjoy those po' boys, the great chicken tenders, of course. Mississippi Delta tamales, the great desserts and sides right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Thank you for joining us, however you are joining us. If you are catching us on podcast, please make sure on the podcast to comment, rate, and subscribe. Do the same thing, please, on YouTube. Make sure you hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Give us the thumbs up. That helps us a lot. And if you're just lurking on YouTube, we appreciate you watching, but it really helps us if you subscribe. Subscribe and set those alerts so you know when we're live. Like next week when our show will be from Nashville, SEC Media Days, but we're going to be an afternoon show next week, 2 to 5. All next week, 2 to 5. They're in Nashville, so set those alerts so you know when we are live on YouTube. If you're streaming us, we appreciate it. Anytime you download the Next Round app, please make sure you rate and comment on that as well. Give us a good rating there. Thumbs up everywhere, wherever you are getting us right now on the Next Round. One of our old friends is Ian Fitzsimmons. We've known Fitzy for a very long time. He is with ESPN now. He is out in Dallas. Big 12 Media Days starting out there in Dallas. Fitzy, first of all, welcome in. What is up? How are you?
Guys, I've been on the road for 25 days.
Straight?
Daddy-daughter road trip. Yes. My daughter Rowan's a goalkeeper, and so we went to Ole Miss for a select ID camp and then family vacay in Florida, then swung into Bama really quickly. Then she had a regional soccer tournament. Her team qualified for regionals in Baton Rouge. I've never rooted against a child of mine until that tournament.
That hot?
Because
I hear a lot of that, dude. I mean, I hear a lot. Hey, man, I'm hoping we lose this first game where we don't have to stay at the park all day.
Let me tell you, man, I was like, please, I want her doing cartwheels in the cage, right? I mean, have 20 saves, lose 1-0, we can go home.
Yeah.
No, they win the first game 3-1, win the second game like 6-0. And then to get to the semifinals, right? If they lose that third game, we're going home. I'm like, I want my bed. I want my dogs. I want my pillow. I want to go home. I want to get out of room 623 in Baton Rouge, where I was for 6 damn days.
Ooh.
And what do? Win. So then you have an off day. Then you got 2 more games, right? I mean, it's like, what do you say, we're in the semifinal? I'm like, you kidding me? And here's the worst part. I'm not even done yet. Then we get home. Then I had to go to a family reunion. She went to an ID camp in Colorado. While I'm in Maryland, she's at the University of Colorado with mom and her sister. A team from New Jersey got busted playing ringers. What are we doing? It's this high school select soccer. We're putting ringers in here, right? So now Rowan's team was the first alternate to go to nationals. You know what happened? We're going to nationals next week. I mean, come on.
Where's the
man.
nationals? Where do you at least get a good trip out of it?
It's Orlando, right, at Disney World. So I mean,
okay.
But no, Ryan, not okay.
Not okay.
Yeah, I mean, what is your budget for this? I mean, this is nuts.
That's another part, LT. So I mean, yeah, you got like some families here, in Dallas. Like one family's renting like some massive RV, and like so 4 of the players and one family are going on that. No, thank you, man. The smell on that thing, nope, no shot, 0. So obviously I'll be in Nashville with you fools at SEC Media Days. My wife has to go to Orlando. And, she is not happy, man. So every dad, every mom that's listening right now or watching, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because travel ball sucks. I mean, it's awesome, but it also is a whip. So we went again, Dallas to Oxford, Oxford to Florida, Florida to Tuscaloosa, Tuscaloosa to New Orleans. Did the show on ESPN Radio from my Uncle Matt and Aunt Susan's house, modern technology, right? Then went to Baton Rouge, then to Dallas, then to Maryland. Just got back last night. They get back from Colorado today, and then we're on the road to Innisfree's 25th anniversary on Friday before we hit Big 12 Media Days starting tomorrow and Thursday. Did I sum that up all right?
You did.
Yeah. Hey, and one of the last times we had you on was SEC Media Days last year in Atlanta, and I hope this year you're able to leave the hotel with us. But I asked the awkward question, and I really didn't think it was awkward at the time, but somebody reminded us, RTD4 over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, is the judge still alive? I asked you if he was dead last time.
Yeah, so it's another life check.
Ryan Brown and Dunaway almost fell out of their chairs.
We did.
Like, the judge is still with us? I'm like, yeah, as a matter of fact, he is.
Yeah, your old man died, right? That's the line. Your old man died, right?
Your old man died, right?
Yeah.
I'm like,
no.
incorrect.
Last time I checked, he's
still
good.
with us.
Yep.
Don't mind. I mean, if he does, okay. We don't have a great relationship. But yeah, he just had surgery or something out in Arizona, LC. So, but the judge is still alive. He's still kicking and still spending a lot of that money that he embezzled from the state of Louisiana. There you go.
All right, so we're doing our 40 and 40 preview, and today's team has voted on 67 members of our audience voted, Fitzy. And I think maybe a hair too low, but they got Kansas State today at 16. As we're going to break, we were about to discuss Chris Kleiman, and the chat rooms beat us to it. I mean, pound for pound, is he the best coach? I may have to say pound for pound. Is he the best coach of the Big 12 right now?
Well, Sonny Dykes did a hell of a job, guys.
Well, he did a good job, but that's been the outlier of his
national championship.
But that has been the outlier of his career.
Yeah,
Sonny Dykes has got a long track record.
Hey, Brown's got one of my nuts. I'd bet the other one he never wins 10 games again.
Wait, run that by me one more time.
Okay, so Lance bet last football season.
Yeah, we did a late night show, and I'd had a couple of cocktails.
And Lance bet a testicle on the outcome
Wait,
of
hold on. Whoa. Lance had a couple cocktails on a late night show.
That was the least.
Breaking news.
Yes.
Hit the sounder, rock star.
Yes. That was the least surprising thing about the sentence. And Lance bet his left testicle on a outcome of a football game. Was it? Or it was USC?
No, I said that USC was going to score 70
and
or something.
They end up losing the game. And so I am in possession of Lance, and now I allow him to keep it, Fitzy, but I don't hold it over his head as often as I can. I allow him to possess it, but technically it is my property.
Yeah, but with that said, I would wager my other that Sonny Dykes never wins 10 games again at TCU.
Wow. All right, first of all, what do you have against the left one that you like the right one better? I mean, is it hanging lower or what?
Yeah,
You can only bet one.
Yeah, you can only bet one, and I'm right-handed, so I kind of lean that way.
You're staying with the right
The left one seem less important to him, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the only factor here is TCU is about to be in a Big 12 with no Oklahoma and Texas. That is the only thing that would scare me about this.
Yeah, but you know what? You're also bringing in Kalani Sitake and BYU. I think BYU is going to be pretty good this year, man.
I do too.
It's every other year, those guys. They're all 25, 26 years of age. They're grown-ass men out there. And whenever you don't talk about BYU, that's when they sneak up, and all of a sudden you talk about 10 wins. Kalani will hang 10 wins on you. So I'm a big Kalani Sitake guy going back to his days when he was an assistant coach at Utah, man. I mean, that dude – every other year, right? Especially when you're not talking about them, they're gonna deliver. I don't know what Houston's got. I'll be brutally honest. I don't know. I mean, Cincinnati coming in year one in a P5, that's not going to be easy. But those are wins for a program like TCU. Like he hit the portal well, man. People forget that a dude who went to the finalist of the Heisman Trophy as a starting quarterback at TCU was not the starter week one. It was Chad Morris. He got hurt, against Colorado. So you got a starting quarterback back. They hit the portal well to replace, guys like Q at wide receiver. You got JoJo Earl coming in from Alabama. I mean, they are better, I think, than most people think coming in this year. I would have them probably around, I don't know, 4th in the Big 12 coming in as the media day.
That's fair enough.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fair
I
enough.
think Texas is 1. K-State probably 2. Oklahoma, depending. Think about this, guys. The Big 12 media just released their preseason, all conference team, and not one Oklahoma player, unless I missed somebody, is on the first team on offense or defense.
Yeah, I think I thought Dunaway said 1, but maybe it's not 1.
That's got to be the first time in the history of the Big 12 that has happened.
That's crazy.
Yeah, amen, dude. I mean, I don't remember. I mean, maybe I missed somebody.
No, I don't
right?
think you did. It's either 1 or 0. It's a very low number.
Yeah. No matter what. Normally, it's Oklahoma, Texas. But I mean, all the way down the list. And, unless Dylan Gabriel snuck in there, right? I mean, I think Phil Steele has him as his best quarterback in the Big 12. I mean, that's rare, man. So, LT, you're right, guy, might be in a little trouble. You might be sweating a little bit, man. I don't have their schedule right in front of me. But, I mean, when you're looking at – when you got Cincinnati on the schedule and Houston on the schedule, and I don't know what the hell West Virginia's got, right? I think Gus Malzahn's got a pretty decent team at Central Florida. They're right in the middle of the packet as far as the Big 12 goes. But you might be sitting there about come November, you're going, how in the ever-loving hell has TCU got 7 wins, and your guys might be sweating a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Rhino owns the other one, so there you go.
I could see them lose 6 straight to end the season, but we'll see what happens there. Let me ask you this, shifting gears a little bit. Ian Fitzsimmons joins us here on the next round. Northwestern and Pat Fitzgerald. I mean, to me, this is first of all, both Brown and I thought this guy was untouchable. Coming off 1-11, it didn't matter. He's been there 26 years. Maybe the most decorated player in Northwestern history. Obviously, he's had a lot of success in certain years as the head coach. But I'm not surprised he got fired based on the allegations, if they are true. But how weird is this whole story?
Dude, LT, I'm with you, man. And we've known Fitz for a long time. I'm a Pat Fitzgerald guy. You guys know that. He's a friend. I'm shocked, absolutely. When this story came out, and we were at the Fitzsimmons family reunion. Rockstar, I got a hat for you, by the way. It's easiest.
Take the hell out of it, please.
Yeah, Rockstar, wear it.
It is. I'll send you a picture. It is about it. Devin designed them. He's now with the Carolina Panthers. They're about as bad and cheesy as you can imagine. But anyway. I'm with Devin. Obviously, he knows him really well, and we were both just shocked, stunned. And here's what drives me nuts about this story, right? So you have this whistleblower, this former player, that was nauseated by these alleged allegations of hazing. Well, while you're watching the hazing going on, what the hell did you do to stop it? That's number one for me, right? I mean, how many years ago was this? Well, you're watching a teammate allegedly, whatever the hell happened, to say, what did you do in that moment? You're going to wait years afterward to now all of a sudden come forward? I mean, what are we doing? And then the investigation by Miss Hickey and her staff came to the conclusion that he did not know, meaning Pat Fitzgerald did not have knowledge of these alleged hazing incidents. And then you fire him? Now, should he have known? Absolutely. It's your watch. You should have known, right? But the alleged whistleblower, why didn't you tell your head coach then? Why didn't you go to your athletic director then? Why didn't you go in and beat the bully's ass then? Right? That is what drove me insane watching this story unfold. And then you get a can. Pat Fitzgerald was on a handful of guys that if I had a son, I would want him to go play for that guy. That's how much I think of Pat Fitzgerald. Should he have been suspended? Absolutely. Should he have known it was going on? Absolutely. One way or another. But the investigation deemed he did not. But he should have. But to get fired over it, I don't get it, guys. That part I don't get. And the whistleblower, you are a coward because you should have jumped in and helped your teammate when it happened.
Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN, is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Is this Art Briles for him? Do you think he can ever coach again?
That's a great question, Ryan. And I would say yes, just because, Briles, that was – I mean, we ain't got enough time, right?
No, I mean, I completely understand it's different situations. You understand what I'm asking, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, look, I think that Pat Fitzgerald will be a consultant somewhere, like whether it's in Tuscaloosa and go get the healing hand of Saban, laid upon your forehead. Look, again, maybe I'm biased, but because we've known Fitz a long time, man, and I can't see him allowing something like this to go on if he knew about it. So I do believe he will be in coaching again, to answer your question.
Well, I think Saban,
and again, I'm biased. I'm biased, man. I'm full disclaimer there.
Yeah.
100% biased.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he ended up in the Saban rehab program there, like so many coaches have. I mean, Saban took in DJ Durkin, and that situation leaving Maryland was far more egregious than this. And until there was a lot of complaining, Nick Saban had DJ Durkin in there.
Yeah, and look, I mean, go to Matt Wells right now is on Oklahoma staff. And obviously Matt he did nothing wrong at Texas Tech. He just didn't win enough football games. And I don't think he should have been fired at the moment either. By the way, speaking of sleeper teams, watch out for Texas Tech.
Oh, I like me some Joey McGuire.
Yeah,
I like me some Joey McGuire.
I've already called week 2 upset over Oregon. I've already called it.
I think I've got that game, LT.
Oh, wow.
Man, I'm telling you, dude. Caffeine fears Joey McGuire, right? I mean, that dude's energy is insane. Red Bull runs from that dude. So, but going back to the consultant, whatever advisor role, Pat Fitzgerald will be somewhere next year. Heck, he might even be on an NFL staff somewhere next year. I mean, he's a brilliant football mind. And then I fully see him getting back in. I really do. But again, that situation there, it was head scratching. It was confusing. And it almost felt like the university president, President Schill, caved to social media pressure to fire Pat Fitzgerald.
So speaking of staffs, Frank Reich, who I've always been a fan of, and I didn't think he had the fairest shake in Indianapolis with his quarterback situations. He assembled a staff, and Lil Bro Devin goes from Arizona. He is now part of the Carolina Panthers coaching staff, right?
Questionable hire by Frank Reich. Very, very questionable.
Hey, but I was going to ask you. I mean, are we getting rave reviews from the little abbreviated samples we've got of Bryce Young so far?
Devin and I, as you know, LT, we don't talk ball, right? I mean, it's hard for him having a brother in the national media. So, but I have talked to a couple of other people over there, and Bryce Young's a sponge. They love him. I mean, absolutely love him. And I don't care if he's 4'7" or 6'7". I don't. We watched him a ton, right? I mean, I had the Arkansas game when he got hurt when Drew Sanders had that shoestring tackle. That had nothing to do with his size. It was an awkward fall. I mean, and he hurts that AC joint in his throwing shoulder. But I think I had 6 of his games the last couple of years, 6 or 7. I never saw, not once, Bryce Young get hit hard. Not once. I asked B.J. Ojulari, former LSU linebacker, who wore that precious number 18. You guys know what that means to LSU. And I asked B.J. going into the draft, because I was part of our draft coverage here at ESPN, and I said, would the size of Bryce Young impact you or have any concern if he were your teammate at the next level? He goes, hell no. I had that guy dead to rights twice last year, and somehow he has this, he called it a sixth sense, this innate ability to sense when he's about to get tattooed. I never saw him get hit hard once. And Ojulari said, had him dead to rights twice. One of them, he comes from behind, right? And you guys remember it was a touchdown off the right boundary at LSU where he slips him, comes back. Ojulari has him again a second time. He slides to his right and drops a dime up the right boundary for a touchdown. You can't coach that. It's impossible. And already that locker room, man, they gravitate to that guy. He is a leader of men. And I don't care how big he is or how small he is. The dude doesn't get hit hard. And I think he's going to be a star at the next level. I really do.
All right, we're out of time here. But Timmons in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says one day doesn't have to be today, and it can't be today. Please, in all caps, ask Fitzy to tell the K-State section story. So do you know what he's talking about?
The K-State section story?
Yeah, maybe he misspelled something. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I'll try to get clarification, and you can swing by with us up in Nashville and tell the story. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, the judge says hello. He's still breathing.
Okay.
Oh, good.
That's
I'm glad
good.
we checked proof of life on the judge. I'm glad he's with us. Yes.
At least he stopped
Your dad's
embezzling.
dead, right?
At least he's on the up and up now.
Your old man died, right? I don't think so.
Man died, right?
Where's
Rockstar hat's in the mail, buddy. I'm going to send you a picture. It's as cheesy as you can imagine. There you go.
I just want a Fitzy hat. That's all I want.
Okay, now we know what it is, and we'll talk about it next week at SEC Media Days. But when Devin was coaching under Ron Prince, when K-State played in Jordan Hare, you went to the Auburn game wearing a K-State jacket.
And somebody says
golf shirt. Golf shirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was on the sideline wearing a golf shirt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we'll get that story from you in Nashville next week.
Oh, baby. That's a dandy. Now I know exactly what he's talking about. All right, here we go, son. Hold on. Hey, LT.
Yep.
Best to your right guy. Hope he makes it, buddy. Hang in there.
Okay. Hey. One night. You got to give us one night over there.
I will leave the hotel.
Okay.
I promise you.
Okay. That's
I will, my man.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you, Fitzy.
See you.
That is Ed Fitzsimmons with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Under that beautiful TNR hat, you can get it at nextround.store. Lance is growing back a beautiful head of hair.
Yeah, again, t3hair.net. That is the number or the website you need to check out for more information. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. When I started to thin out, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. My hair is doubled in thickness since I went to see Dr. B. Again, I did the non-invasive treatment on the couch last night watching that uplifting documentary that we talked about earlier in the show on Netflix. T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Remember, Dr. B also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp. Look, this is revolutionary. Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
When we come back, Rockstar hits that big old button and gets us to trash. That is next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville. Also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
We continue on the next round. Gaston says, to follow up on the center quarterback exchange, my daughter played Kickaroos flag football. Spoiler alert, there's a huge difference in boys and girls. The only position my girl could play was center, so I designed a shotgun-style offense. The QB had difficulty catching the snap, so some parents came to me and asked to change the snap to a direct snap under center. I flatly refused. Under no circumstances is a boy going to direct snaps under center for my daughter. I got to agree with that one. I think I would have done the same thing.
I think I would have too.
I think I got to say, your kid's got to learn to catch shotgun snap or we ain't doing this.
Well, probably shouldn't be playing quarterback if you can't catch it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to learn that one early. Most offenses are shotgun right now. Precision Sports is bringing us, they're going to be one of our great sponsors for SEC Media Days next week. They're also bringing part of this segment.
Yeah, they are the best. Look, new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. A lot of ways to get injured out there. Dunaway not long ago fell over a gas hose at the gas station. But maybe you hurt your knee just getting up from the couch at halftime. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
So I mentioned SEC Media Days. Just another reminder that next week our shows are going to be 2 to 5 every single day next week at SEC Media Days. You will still be able to get every single thing on demand we do. In fact, there'll be a wealth of stuff on demand that we do from SEC Media Days. You're going to be able to get all of that. But remember, if you want us live, it's going to be 2 to 5 every single day. As we always say, a great way to know when we're live. If you're watching us on YouTube, set those alerts, and you get them when we go live. Make sure you've got your alerts set when your podcast download, and you know we get them. And as always, we ask you to rate and comment on all of our podcasts and give us a thumbs up there on YouTube. Make sure you give us a thumbs up every single day on YouTube, and you've subscribed and set your alerts. Nick still wants video of Jim tripping over the gas hose. I'm assuming that's lost forever.
Yeah, I mean, the dude that told me he could get it never got it.
He's a big talker. I know the dude.
Yeah.
When you said it, I was like, I don't know what his connection is, but he's a big talker.
I don't know how long they keep that surveillance. I would think at most a week.
Yeah, I think if nothing's stolen or nobody's hit anybody, you probably just go ahead and delete it each week.
But that's one of those, like if I'm working there and I see that, that's one of those I earmark.
Yeah, I would kind of like to just save it for the Christmas party. We're going to play up on the screen all the idiotic things people do, and guy tripping over a gas hose and busting his butt, that's going to be probably cut 3.
Speaking of which, Rockstar hasn't heard this yet, but we had a meeting with our friends at Coke yesterday, and we've got some interesting videos coming up, and we have volunteered. I mean, Dunaway's not here.
Dunaway was the one not in the meeting.
But we did volunteer him to do some interesting stuff.
So it's going to be some embarrassing things.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Depending on your athletic abilities,
Yeah.
yes. I think we got some fun stuff, though, that we'll all be involved in. But Dunaway got the more embarrassing assignments there. There's no doubt. As we mentioned, Jim, he is out today. You could see his beautiful, if you're watching us on video, his beautiful tank top. That's for the ladies. Nextround.store, nextround.store. If you'd like to order some summer tank tops for the ladies in your life, multiple colors, not just that pink. Nextround.store for those. We've got a limited quantity, so make sure you get on those quickly. As we do at this time. Every day on the show, it is time for Rockstar to hit the big button for trash. Hit it, Rocky.
Now, I will say that I have not showered in front of other dudes in years, but I've taken hundreds of showers in front of other guys.
Well,
I have showered with more guys than I have women.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
From the very first segment of the show today. That was
a quick turnaround.
It was.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Would you guys say there's a little feud between Russia and the Ukraine?
I mean, it seems
Define
like
feud.
Yeah, it seems like they don't see eye to eye. Yeah.
Russian submarine commander blamed for atrocities in Ukraine was gunned down on his morning jog yesterday morning. His killer likely knew just where to find him thanks to his habit of posting his running routes on a popular exercise app.
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
Yeah,
when you're at war.
Stanislav Ritsky, commander of a submarine in Russia's Black Sea.
They didn't get Stanislav Ritsky, did they?
He was shot 4 times in the back and chest in broad daylight yesterday morning. Russia media claims investigators believe the 42-year-old's assassination was, quote, ordered from the Ukraine.
I mean, you're at war. That's part of war, right? I mean, that's got to be a first, though, Rockstar, in modern warfare is we pick off an enemy because he is active and posting on an exercise app, so we know where he is.
He was running from us, too. So
Boy,
that's true. They got him.
That's a ballsy hitman, though, to
Boy,
go on
it
his
is.
turf, take out one of their bigs.
One of their bigs.
J.D. Power ranked the states with the best and worst tap water based on customers' feedback on which places have the best quality and reliability. Study tracked water utility customers in all 50 states in the District of Columbia. Now, the states were scored on a scale of 100 to 1,000 points. You guys want to guess which state has the best tap water out there?
I am going to go Montana.
Montana is not in the top 10. I've only got the top 10 best and worst. Montana is not in the bottom 10. So
so Montana does not appear.
They're very, very average water.
Yeah. I don't know. Who we got?
Kentucky has the best tap water in the United States. In Louisville, Kentucky, the tap water is so good the city was able to trademark the name Pure Tap, according to the government's website.
How about that?
There are 435 public water systems in Kentucky, according to the state's website. Approximately 95% of Kentuckians have access to public drinking water.
I was in Louisville for the NCAA basketball tournament. I brushed my teeth. I did not notice that the water, like when you brush your teeth in the hotel, like when I brush my teeth at home, I'm curious about this. When I brush my teeth at home and I finish brushing, I just lean down under the faucet and drink the water straight out of the faucet to wash my mouth out, right? Is that the way you do it?
Yeah, I do that. And the only time I ever drink tap water, though, is when I'm like taking something like an Advil.
Yeah.
And I'm just under the sink.
I drink tap water through the fridge, but
but it's still got a filter.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But when you're on the road, do you hold a glass under the faucet in the bathroom and rinse your mouth out, or do you still lean down under the faucet? When you're in a hotel,
I use the glasses they've got right there.
Me too.
But if they didn't have glasses, I would just lean over.
Well, I mean, you got to at that point, or use a bottle of water. But there's something there's something in my head. I'm like, my faucet at home. It's clean. I can lean down under that one. The hotel, I don't know when it's been cleaned. But I'm getting the water out of it in a glass. I mean, what's the real difference
And
there?
you'll put your face on the pillow.
Exactly. I mean, what's the real difference?
And then you'll flip the remote and grab another chip out of the bag.
A lot of things.
Rocky, do you drink tap water?
I do not. That's one of those things when I was a child, getting a glass of tap water that has a distinct taste. It's got to be.
What'd you grow up in Flint,
Especially
Michigan?
Florida's got that sulfur.
Oh, I remember taking a shower in Florida. Like, what does that smell?
So, number 3 on the list, surprisingly, best tap water, New York. So, the 10 U.S. states with the worst tap water. You want to guess who has the worst?
Louisiana.
It would be Alabama. Alabama ranked as the state with the worst tap water in the country, according to the Alabama Department of Public Health. Estimated 2.1 million Alabamians depend on groundwater.
But we
as a primary source of drinking
We
water.
determined a couple of weeks ago it's not because of Birmingham. Birmingham rates very, very high in the cleanliness of water. So there you go. Birmingham's doing their part.
That was direct hit. There we go. Hey, what do you like the most about a burger?
That's a tough question, Lance. The bun's important.
What's the most important thing of a burger?
Well, I mean, if the meat's bad, the whole thing's going to be bad.
Okay, Burger King causing a stir in Thailand with its new offering, a burger with no meat and a jaw-dropping amount of cheese.
Yeah, that is not a burger, by the way. That's a cheese sandwich.
This week, fast food chain introduced what they call the real cheeseburger. It's a bun filled with as many 20 slices of American cheese.
That's a lot of cheese.
No meat.
Yeah.
They said this is no joke. The burger's for real. A couple of people that tried it. A 25-year-old IT engineer said, quote, love the cheese. I love cheese, but this was, quote, a bit too much. 26-year-old said, quote, I may not try it again. I like a few slices of cheese on my burger, but this was way too much.
This is what I like to call stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's just a dumb idea. If I want a hamburger or a cheeseburger, I want a cheeseburger.
Yeah, if I want a grilled cheese, I get a grilled cheese.
Yeah, it seems like we're doing Oh, Scott's got a photo. My gosh, at that cheese.
You know what I would be scared of is joking.
Well, I would be scared of never going to the bathroom again.
Yeah.
So it appears that we've got 20 slices of cheese, and then they've got like the
cheese
sauce on top.
Rocky, would you eat that?
Holy crap.
Can't see it. I have to look it up.
Yeah, Rockstar, I don't think you would.
I think you would.
20 things of cheese is a little too much for me.
Yeah, that's a bit heavy on the cheese.
Interesting story here. A woman was horrified after her husband ghosted her after their wedding.
I mean, that does seem to be the wrong time to do it. I mean, if you do it before the wedding, at least you haven't gone through with it.
You tell me how sketchy this guy is.
All
the
right.
woman, Isabel, explained how she met her husband in Dallas. They moved to Sydney, Australia. They got married, but as soon as his visa got approved, poof, disappeared.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, she told Daily Mail Australia, quote, I got home, literally 90% of his stuff had disappeared. I tried logging into our immigration accounts. I'd been locked out of everything. My credit cards were maxed out. I was blocked on his phone. None of my calls or messages were going through. She said he also ghosted their mutual friends, their best man from the wedding, and even his own family.
I got to tell you this, though. A little bit of this is on her. I hate it that it happened to her, but I want to go in the order you went. Meet a guy in Dallas, move to Sydney, Australia, then get married. I'm not a female, so I'm going to do this from a male perspective. If I meet a girl, if I'm single, meet a girl I really like, we're living in Dallas, and she's like, hey, you know what, we're not married, but we're moving to Sydney, Australia. I'm like, I'll visit there and see if I like it, but, there's no commitment to me staying.
Now, a year later, they met up. He said he wanted to be single, but she found out through her ex-partner has now remarried. She went on to say, quote, he was my best friend, my ride or die. He fooled everyone, including me. Don't be blind, because I'm sure I could have seen the signs before this happened, but I just ignored it. You never really know who you're sleeping next to. The only thing I would say is, yeah, she probably should have known this dude better. But if he's ghosting his best man and his own family.
Yeah, I mean, he's running from a lot of things at that point. It's not just you.
Yeah, I'd like
What,
to
you think this
follow
guy's
up on
wanted
this
for
story.
something?
Yeah, there's got to be something.
Yeah, I think he's probably wanted for something, if I had to guess.
Oh. Yeah, Zach's right. I bet they never talked about salary and money.
Why would it come up?
That is so strange.
It is strange.
No, that people like you have such a... we just don't talk about money.
People like me have a what?
People like you have a problem. Not a problem with it. You don't have a problem with it, but people like you...
I just think it's interesting.
Yeah. I heard from a lot of people yesterday that thought it was interesting. And it's just
I've
never really thought about it. And then I went back after the show yesterday, once people started making a big deal about it, to try to remember discussions my wife and I have had about money. Like, the money is the specific discussion. And there just aren't many. I mean, it's limited to like, hey, I'm going to book this trip to Disney. What's my budget? Or, hey, look, Anna Kate starts college. This is the amount that's due. I mean, those are the types of money discussions we have.
This guy did back you up. So I was DMing with one of our listeners, viewers, Andrew. He reached out about Sound of Freedom.
Okay.
By the way, go see it. Very important movie.
I've heard that from you.
He said, oh, by the way, my wife doesn't even know our logins for bank stuff. She honestly doesn't care and handles so many other things. So there you go.
So, and let me clarify a couple things on this. Number one, my wife does also know the logins to the bank, so she can look at any time she wants. When I say when she said she doesn't know what she makes, that's because she works a little, my wife stays home, works for the family business, but also works a little side job, and that pay could vary just depending on how often she does it in the medical field.
Is the family business like keeping up with the kids?
No, the family business is a actual legitimate business. Yeah.
I didn't know he had a family business. Did you?
I don't know. I don't know the family.
Well, no, it's her family. You knew that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've obviously got a vested interest in it. But,
yeah,
but
okay.
I don't operate it on the day-to-day.
I thought y'all started.
And that's the other thing that I wanted to clarify as well. Like I was telling Lance Rockstar, I've got some family business, some side business interest that I run through an LLC. So, I mean, she doesn't know what's in that. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just saying she would have no reason to be in that account.
Yeah, Lunsford, Ozark 2, Meet the Browns.
I mean, Lunsford.
What you don't know can't hurt you.
Lunsford. Does Laurel know to the cent every cent you make? You've got investments.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the statement.
Yeah, that was not the statement. Laurel knows my salary.
Yeah, that was the difference.
The statement is money never
and
comes
I'll tell
up.
you
It's
this.
just there.
No, it really doesn't.
Well, no, but you're saying that to the cent.
I mean, I
my
don't
wife
tell
doesn't
her
know
how
the
much I made
cent.
at poker last night. I mean, I don't do all that necessarily, like to the cent, but she knows what I make.
Yeah, so like
she has seen my tax forms. I mean, we file obviously, but
so again, Bethany was in charge of our finances when I was married, and she would go in, and this is more of a indictment on Cumulus, but she would check every one of my paychecks.
Right.
So she would go online to make sure that there weren't anything, that was, red flagged.
Now, he said what says not knowing how much money there is in an actual account is so dumb that guy or girl can vanish and leave the partner without nothing. I think if I had any fear or inkling whatsoever, my wife would do that, or if she had any fear or inkling, I would do that. Yeah, I would step in and take steps on that. I mean, we've got a joint bank account.
I'll tell you, that'll be the biggest upset we've had in our time together if Jennifer takes your money and runs.
Takes my money and runs, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to get her far.
Most Americans, 62% own a pet. Unfortunately, I'm part of the 38% that doesn't right now, including about a third who have more than one. Nearly all U.S. pet owners, 97%, say their pets are part of their family, according to a new Research Center survey. About half the pet owners, 51%, not only consider their pets to be part of their family, but they say are as much part of their family as a human member. Now, you guys know I was like this with Ladybird.
I do. It's foreign to me, but you live your life the way you want to live it.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, this is half the pet owners, so it's not just me.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I wasn't singling you out, Lance. You singled you out.
Women, 57% say their pets are just as much part of their family. The share of pet owners who think of their pets as part of their family as much as a human member doesn't vary notably by age, race, or ethnicity. Pet owners' family situation is also related to how they think about their pets. Unmarried pet owners and those who do not have children younger than 18 at home are the most likely to consider their pets as much part of the family.
Yeah, that's weird to me.
Don't know why it's weird.
Because they're animals.
But again,
humans and animals are different things.
Well, I mean, we're animals.
We're humans.
We can reason a little bit.
We're a little bit more than an animal.
We're more despicable than dogs for the most part.
I don't know. Dogs kill people.
Some. Fewer dogs.
Some humans do.
Yeah, fewer dogs than humans, though.
Based on percentages, I don't know if that's the case.
I think I would. So what do you think stronger, stranger people that consider their pet to be part of the family, or
not part of the family, but as humans? That right there says yes, as much as a human member. I mean, they're giving animals human value. That's what's odd to me.
Yeah, and that's why some people are absolutely crushed when their pet is put down.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying, what do you think stronger or stranger, human member thinking that your pet is that, or spouse not knowing salary?
Well, spouse not knowing salary is perfectly normal to me. It's the way I live every day.
What is a normal baby weight?
Of what?
No, baby's born. So my kids were 3.
Normal? I mean, there's an average somewhere. I don't know that anything's normal.
Leighton was 3.8 ounces.
Yeah.
Jack was 4.2.
Yeah, both mine were 9 pounds plus.
So the average weight, it says here, for a baby boy is 7.4 ounces. Woman gave birth in Nashville, Tennessee to a 13.2 pound baby boy.
Look at that kid.
Yeah.
Full head of hair.
I mean, yeah, and full cheeks. Holy crap.
Now, their first kid was 9 pounds, 15 ounces. Second one was 13.2.
13 pounds.
Yeah.
She'd be in a wheelchair for a couple months.
Yeah.
80%,
it's tough to recover from that.
80% bigger than the average newborn boy. That's Leo, by the way.
Yeah, Leo's a big old boy.
And finally, Dennis Rodman has always left fans in disbelief with different antics. The 62-year-old, though, decided to show his love for his girlfriend in a wildly out there manner. Instead of buying a bouquet of flowers from our friends at Blakely's, Rodman opted to get a portrait tattoo of his partner's face inked on his face. Look at that. Look at Rodman over there.
I don't know why he would do
His
that.
girlfriend, by the way.
Of course, he's got
His girlfriend.
He literally has a loop in his bottom lip. So
I would rather have the loop in the bottom lip. I'd rather have the nose ring. I'd rather have the hair.
Well, you can undo a lot of those.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm just going to guess they're not going to last. But Mike Tyson's tattoo is 10 times better than that tattoo. By the way, did you guys know Rodman's daughter is like one of the best players on the women's national team, soccer?
No, you say that, but the World Cup starts Thursday.
And she's on the World Cup team, Rodman's
Yeah,
daughter?
they won 2-0 the other night. She scored both goals.
Wow, I did not know that.
I mean, I only know it because I saw Sports Center highlight.
Yeah.
Katie Couric.
Yeah, Katie Couric, the 1440 newsletter. That is trash, presented by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Make sure if you are in the house buying market, you need to go see our friends at Mortgage Right, best in the business. Again, if you're a veteran looking for a VA loan, Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. We are in the Champies Hour here on the Next Round. Don't forget Champies, world famous fried chicken. Great place for lunch every single day or dinner every single night. Champies, world famous fried chicken. Those great chicken fingers, po' boys, the Mississippi Delta tamales. Great place to go for meals As Media Days approaches us, go ahead and start making plans for the tailgates this high school and college football season. Champions is the place to go there. Champions, world-famous fried chicken. I mentioned Media Days is on my mind because it is next week, so make sure you're with us all next week, 2 to 5, here on the Next Round for SEC Media Days from Nashville, the Big 12 Media Days out in Dallas this week. We'll probably catch up with our buddy Chip Brown a little bit later on to see his thoughts on that, with Texas being the overall number 1 pick.
Yeah, and I would assume that Chip's probably coming in town next week.
Oh, you think he'll come to the SEC in Nashville?
I do. You know, he used to come
He
before.
went to the spring meetings.
Yeah, and I think just to get ahead of everything, I think he will, because Texas and Oklahoma are going to be big talking points.
They really are. I don't know. I just don't know what to expect out of them year one coming into the Southeastern Conference. I think it will be interesting if Texas does hold on. This is something we haven't really talked about. If Texas does go on and win the Big 12 as they're predicted to do this year, imagine the Big 12 champion. And if Texas wins the Big 12, Lance, it's going to take a lot for them to miss the college football playoff. Now, I could see a scenario where they lose to Alabama and Tuscaloosa and lose a Big 12 game, but go on to win the Big 12 championship. Now they're a 2-loss team, so they're borderline on a 14 playoff.
I think with a loss to Alabama and only 1 loss in conference,
it depends on what else happens.
Yeah, they might be able to pull it off.
Might be able to. It just depends on what else happens. I mean, if you've got an undefeated or 1-loss USC, Alabama at that point, even if they're not the conference champion, if they've beaten Texas, I mean, you got a lot that could happen there. But my point was going to be, if Texas is the Big 12 champion, or if they're the Big 12 champion and a playoff team and coming to the SEC, that's even more of an interesting storyline.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Well, I mean,
win your conference on the way out the door and maybe even make the playoffs.
Biggest storyline is going to be if Texas beats Alabama in week 2. That's a statement.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it's huge for them. Who do they get in week 3? Who would be the ultimate letdown game? They're not in conference by that point in week 3.
I don't think so.
I haven't really studied Texas' schedule, but I would say if they beat Alabama and Tuscaloosa, that week 3 game becomes tough for Sark. Wyoming, boy, in some years, Wyoming might be a test for them. I don't think this is one of those years, though.
I mean, I can't even remember. I mean, Josh Allen, when he played there, when he played Power Fives, he was no good.
I mean, there are years where you play Alabama, you win in Bryant-Denny Stadium, you come home to play Wyoming. That's a super big upset alert. I don't know that Wyoming could pull it off this year. It's a late night, 7 o'clock. Well, late night, 7 o'clock Longhorn Network kick, by the way, week 3 for them. I mean, if you flipped it here, I'm just going to flip 2 games. Like if they were 1 week later, at Baylor, they play Wyoming week 3. They're at Baylor week 4. If you were at Alabama, win, and you have to come home and go to Baylor, that's a tough one there.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that Wyoming comes at a good time for them. Yeah, I don't know that I would see Wyoming pulling that upset.
Back to trash. I agree with Lunsford. I felt
Lunsford saying?
Way more bad for the dog dying in John Wick than the 500 people that got whacked.
Again, that's a movie. The people weren't really dying; they were just acting like that, right?
No, but if somebody was to, and I'm not even gonna say, if somebody was to kill my dog,
right,
I would wish the death on them and their 500 people.
Well, it's weird.
500 other people?
Well, I mean, if they were involved, yeah.
How you relate to something or how you view something. If I'm walking down the street and I see 2 guys just beating the shit out of each other, or I see a guy just beating the shit out of a dog,
well, yeah,
I'm more affected by the dog.
Well, yeah, the dog is helpless.
Which is, well, if one guy's just dominating the other guy, that's helpless.
Yeah, but I assume if the 2 guys are fighting, Rockstar, that might have been a mutual decision for the 2 to fight, right? The dog, he didn't make a mutual decision to get into that.
True.
But
that's part of it.
But I'm much more sympathetic to dogs and kids.
Oh, well.
Because they can't control what happens to them.
Yeah. How do you feel about turtles?
I really don't care about a turtle.
That's weird, though, where you draw the line. So you draw the line at a dog, but other animals you don't feel the same about.
Well, I mean, some animals.
Well, I think it's sad when you see a turtle crossing the road and you see that one guy in the car just speeds up. I got to nail that.
I know.
Just destroys that.
No, but I mean, you're drawing your line on we're animals.
Humans and animals. Yeah. We're humans, though.
No, but there are a lot of humans that are animals.
Yeah, but we're superior to animals.
Trust me, back to Sound of Freedom, and you got child traffickers out there.
Yeah.
Are those humans?
I mean, they are humans. They're making awful decisions, but they're humans, yes. They're still superior to animals.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If you had to put down an innocent dog or one of those guys that's trafficking kids.
Well, I mean, is the dog going to die? Is it in poor health? Does it need to be put down?
I wouldn't care. I would decapitate in front of their family the dude that's trafficking the kid.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I mean, I probably would too. I don't think I'm ever going to have to make that decision. That is, You know me, I don't talk hypotheticals here in the season.
Okay, Saban.
New Life Art brings you Rockstar's viewing menu, and Lance telling us what dark thing he's watching tonight. New Life Art does it every day.
Yes, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
There's a movie out with Jim Caviezel called The Sound of Freedom, if you guys want to see that.
I've heard about this. Somebody saw it this weekend.
And 750 on
Highly recommend it.
750 on HDNet. It's a great story. You're going through a separation with your wife, and you want to get custody of your kid. What do you do?
If I'm going through a separation with my wife, I want to get custody of my kid.
Well, is she a good person?
There are a lot of things you could do. Lance might decapitate her in front of her whole family. You never know.
What this guy does, he's more popular than Nick Saban.
What?
Stallone, he arm wrestles.
Oh, that's what you want to do.
Over the Top, 1987.
Yep. That's his best flick, right?
Never seen it.
You should watch it, man.
That was, I think, Over the Top was Saban's LSU UAB game.
That's what I was going to ask.
Or La Monroe.
Yeah. And then 940 on Stars, one I still have not seen from 2012, Silver Linings Playbook.
I like Silver Linings Playbook.
Rocky, you need to see it. I've seen it 3 or 4 times.
I liked American Hustle. The same guy that did that, right?
Yep.
And then,
Jennifer Lawrence and Bradley Cooper are an excellent pair.
They are.
They act very well together.
They've got a good rapport, but De Niro's really good in it. Chris Tucker's good in it.
And one of the first times I've ever, because of that trend, working with Jim Dunaway, when he has, I think Scott shows on the commercial break, when he puts that damn bag over his
Oh, yeah. He did that
body
right after he saw the movie.
to do that. And I thought that's the first thing I was exposed to Jim Dunaway and his social media antics.
Yeah. Staged the photo.
No, I was running. Just getting a run.
Did you,
I
there?
run like this.
He did it the very next day. Literally, he saw that movie, and the next day he came home and did that. Did you, was there a reason you didn't see Silver Linings Playbook, or you just haven't gotten around to it?
No, I just never, there's no reason, like I don't have anything against it. I just never saw it.
See, I get excited about like really good movies, or at least really well-reviewed movies that I've never seen. There's not a lot of them out there, but like if I haven't seen Silver Lining Playbooks,
right, you'd get excited
You
about
still
that?
haven't seen Interstellar.
I know. Almost watched it last night. We ended up going to Slice because we were having a discussion on pizza yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
And I mean, all we did was talk pizza, and I was like, I got to get pizza. So I went and got Jack, and we went to Slice last night. And by the time I got home, it was like 7:45, and that is a 3-hour movie.
It is a great movie.
And so I was like, I'm going to have to wait a night I can get in front of it. Tonight might be that night.
How many things of Filthy Rich did you watch?
2.5.
How many
That's
are
2.5
there?
hours.
Yeah, you were almost there. How many are there?
There's 4.
4? Yeah. Has anybody seen this Hulu thing on Ashley Madison? You brought it up the other day, I think. But I caught on TikTok, I was served up a little preview for it, and it almost hooked me in. I don't know that I 100% want to watch it, but I thought you had mentioned something about it.
No, he brought it up on the viewing.
You did? Have you watched it, Rocky?
No, I haven't. I didn't even see the trailer for
But
it.
I
saw
just-
a trailer for it.
I wonder what the backstory
Yeah, that's
is
what I
gonna
don't.
be.
I don't know what the premise of it is. Like the trailer they showed hooked me in, but then I'm like, I mean, an hour and a half. I don't know that I want to invest that. I'd like a little bit more.
And like I know some local guys that were on that list.
Yeah.
And I don't know anybody that got a divorce from it.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, I really don't know what the backstory is going to be on that.
That is Rockstar's viewing menu. We got another hour to go. I want to circle back to, and I asked you to think about this earlier, so you can start firing away in the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room. Considering everything with Northwestern, right? We got to consider that you're replacing the legendary coach. It's a messy situation. You're taking this job over right now. Give me Power 5 jobs. If all the jobs are open in the current situation they're in, ones you guarantee me you would take Northwestern in front of. You're like, given the 2 choices, I would take Northwestern over this job, that job. Fire off in the chat room. Hit us up at Next Round Live, and we'll get to that next on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we continue on the Next Round. Dunaway will be back with us on Thursday. If you're watching us on video, you see a model. That is not Dunaway. That is our T-shirt model that takes place anytime one of us are out, and that is the woman's tee that we've got in now. You can get a tank top right there at nextround.store, nextround.store, where you get the Next Round coffee and all of our gear, nextround.store for that hat and that tee. The hat Lance is wearing, all of that at nextround.store. We start another hour on the Hills. We've got the All-Star game tonight. I haven't even looked at a spread. I'm going to guess National League favored?
No, it was a pick the last time I saw. National League opened as a favorite.
Yeah. I was only saying that because half the Braves are on there. They're the best team in baseball.
No, I get that, and there has been a hint that we're going to see an all-Braves infield at one point.
Interesting.
I
mean, how often has that ever happened?
I don't think it ever has. Well, maybe Cincinnati back
the Reds, the big red machine.
Yeah. So Acuna's batting leadoff, and then the Dodgers have the second, third, and 4 holes filled,
and they have to fight for the lead in their division.
Yeah. And then so you got 3 Braves in the lineup and 3 Dodgers in the lineup. Right now, the number is American League is flipped to a slight favorite.
I like the National. I think that's value.
Well, I mean, they're due. They've lost 10 straight.
MyBookie.ag, if you want.
I gave out a play on the total.
The total? What is the total?
The total is 7. I gave you the over out.
The over? Mm-hmm. Is that a hitter's park? Is that considered a hitter's park?
I
don't watch a whole lot of Mariners
watching last
baseball.
night, it looked like it.
Yeah, somebody had 72 home runs. I don't watch a whole lot of Mariners baseball, so I can't tell you. But I wonder if that's considered a hitter's park in the league. If so,
it's a
over.
It's a low total.
That is a low total.
Which
Boy,
tells
it feels
you,
like I feels like I'd always go over in an All-Star game.
I mean, a lot of these. I mean, I see a lot of 3-2-2-1 All-Star games.
That feels like getting an over in the NFL Pro Bowl. It's always going to go over.
Well,
right?
I mean, you think about it, you have quality pitching every inning.
You do, but I just wonder how invested quality pitching is. But you're right. I mean, the most a guy's going to throw is what, 2 innings, maybe.
Maybe.
I saw a story last night, John Smoltz. I saw it on TikTok, Rockstar, and that's going to come as a huge surprise to you that I was watching on
Third TikTok.
I saw a story last night. Smoltz was talking about his first ever All-Star game. And this was 1989, right, when he was just with Atlanta. And you remember how bad the Braves were then? And he was like, I'm the only Brave on the team. And he goes, I am so early on the league, I don't know anybody on the team. And he said, so I am in the dugout. I mean, I'm in the clubhouse, and I'm like, I'm just looking for anybody I know. He said, I think I'm only there because the Braves had to have a player, right? Why else would I be there? The Braves had to have a player. And you remember pitchers get picked by the manager.
Yeah.
He said, so this is 89. Tommy Lasorda is the manager because you guys had just won the National League in 88. He said, so Tommy Lasorda is the manager. He goes, so I was just so happy to get to the All-Star game. I didn't even care if I was going to participate. And, in fact, I didn't think I would. And he said, Lasorda comes to me before the game and says, hey, you're my second pitcher tonight. He's like, I go from thinking I'm not even going to be in the game to thinking, oh, my gosh, I've got to pitch early. And he goes, I didn't even have time to get nervous, really, because he told me so quick. He said, but the problem was, and I can't remember they were in Anaheim. They were in the Angels' old stadium there in Anaheim, or their current stadium, whatever. And he says, the problem was I'd never played in Anaheim, so I didn't know how to get to the bullpen. And he said, so I couldn't find anybody. He goes, because I wanted to start out in the bullpen if I was going to be the second pitcher. He goes, so I go to the dugout first, and in the first inning, I think Rick Russell, was that the guy that used to pitch for the Giants, was the starter. And Smoltz says Rick Russell's the starter, and he is getting shelled in the first inning. And in the first inning, Lasorda, he goes, I hear him pick up the phone and say, hey, get Smoltzy up. And Smoltz says, I'm sitting like 5 feet away from the guy. And I go, Tommy, I'm right here. He goes, well, why the hell are you not in the bullpen? And he goes, because I didn't know where the bullpen was. So he goes, so I've got my spikes on. He goes, I've got to basically, they get somebody to show me where the bullpen is. Lasorda goes, how many pitches do you need? He goes, you give me 7 pitches, I'll be ready to come in the game. He goes, well, get out there. So he goes, so I have to sprint down in my spikes down through the slick tunnel to the bullpen. He goes, I throw 8 pitches, and by the time I get through pitch 8, Lasorda's coming out of the dugout waving for me. It's a pretty cool story.
Yeah, it really
think
is.
about it. So that was John Smoltz, his first ever All-Star game. Only Brave there, and tonight the Braves could have an entire infield.
Our good buddy Charlie Vitella says, I think the Dodgers had the entire infield in the 70s. Ron Say, Bill Russell, Davey Lopes, Steve Garvey. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby is right. Rick Russell gave up a gargantuan home run, and that's the other part of the story. Smoltz says, I come in. It's the second inning when he finally gets in. He says, I come in, and there's a runner on base, and Bo Jackson is up. And he goes, the only thing I had seen in that game for Bo Jackson was like a 445 home run. And he goes, he's the first guy I got to face. And I think he struck him out, if I remember the story right. But no, Bobby is absolutely right. Rick Russell gave up a huge home run to Bo Jackson, and Smoltz is like, that's the first guy I got to face, and he just hit one 455 off Rick Russell. Fantastic story from John Smoltz. I would tell you where to find it, but it was somewhere on TikTok, and I don't even know where I saw it, except it was on TikTok. They just serve me up videos, Rockstar, and all I do is watch them.
You're a consumer of the TikTok.
I really am. I don't know why I've gotten so addicted. Yeah, I do know why I've gotten so addicted to it. It's easy, and it's short. Like, I don't have a huge attention span, and most of those videos are a minute and a half.
We have lost our attention span. We want something quicker.
What did you say?
I said, you are not alone. Everybody's lost their attention span. I know.
That's why even the younger generation, they're not watching movies, really.
No. Well, that's you saying Interstellar, 3 hours is too long, but then you watch 2.5 hours of...
No. I just said based on, I like a good long movie, like Godfather. I mean, there are a lot of really long, as long as it's a good movie, I'm all in. I just got to go to bed at a certain time.
No, I see. Like I say this all the time. Like you guys know that I'm a Pearl Jam fan, but if I see that there's an hour-long Eddie Vedder interview, I'm not going to watch that thing.
But to Lance's point, if you gave me the choice of watching a documentary that's 4 parts, and I can watch the first 3 or watch a 3-hour movie, I'm probably going to pick the documentary because it chops it up. You know what I'm saying? There are natural stopping points.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I hate stopping a movie like mid-movie and then picking the movie back up.
I do too. I want to watch it all or not watch it at all.
Yeah, because we started, me and Jack, it started raining on Saturday, and we were out at the pool, so we came in. He'd never seen 8 Mile. So I put on 8 Mile, which I think it's an okay movie.
Never saw it.
Well, you know, it's the true story of Eminem, and Curtis Hanson actually is the guy that directed. He's done some good things like L.A. Confidential. But we started watching it, and sun came back out, so it was time to go back out to the pool. We didn't finish it.
And do you think you will go back and finish it?
I think Jack will. I've already seen it. It was a movie, I saw a midnight movie when it first came out of 8 Mile, and I'll never forget, this couple brought their toddler, and they were letting the toddler, like, climb the stairs at the theater.
That kept him occupied.
Yeah, a toddler to 8 Mile.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the toddler was. I'm literally like one and out, like Cord.
Yeah.
I mean, just crawling around. Like the toddler wasn't paying attention to Kim Basinger getting banged by Michael Shannon in her trailer.
Okay, you know what time that? Around what time that is?
All right.
By the way, I had forgotten Michael Shannon was in that movie.
I've never seen 8 Mile. Yeah. Greg from Pell City is bringing you part of the show today. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. We've had a lot of storms come through. If you've had storm damage, or if you just think, hey, I might need a new roof. I mean, it doesn't have to be storm damage. Greg does amazing work, whether it's a storm damage roof or just an old roof. Give Greg a call. Let him come out for that free inspection and let you know where you stand. We have had numerous members of our audience say, Greg came out and told me I've probably got a good 5 years left in my roof. He didn't just come out and jump up on the roof and say, yeah, you got to have a new one today. He was honest with me about it, and that's the type of guy you're dealing with. Greg from Pell City. 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, with Northwestern out of a coach right now, I made the case on social media last night, and Andy Staples has made a point today that I brought up earlier. I made the case on social media. This is the worst possible time to take this job. You're following the legend that has got the most successful coach they've ever had. There have been guys that have had some success there, like Gary Barnett had the 1 year. There was another guy like in the 80s that had like the 1 year.
I think Randy Wheeler might have had
that's what I was thinking
decent year before he died. That's how obviously Pat Fitzgerald got
he was
the job.
In the 90s, not the 80s, but he was the guy who wore glasses, right?
Yeah.
Randy Wheeler, yeah. So you've had the random year, but long-term success is what you would qualify success at Northwestern. Pat Fitzgerald has been it. I mean, he's the guy.
I think I've got 8 Power 5 programs that I would take Northwestern before these 8.
So you're following Pat Fitzgerald. You're following it in a messy situation. Now, I want to bring this up. I didn't bring this up last night because it's new. There's a group of faculty members that are now pushing to put the brakes on the stadium expansion until all of this is settled out. So they figured out everything that happened here. So all of a sudden, if I don't even get a new stadium, so now I'm taking this job and I'm still coaching at dumpy old Ryan Field, I mean, that's even worse. But it's a historically awful program. You'd grant me that.
Oh, yeah.
Your expectations are higher than they've ever been because you're following Pat Fitzgerald. I just think it's a terrible time to take this job. So I gave Lance the challenge, and some of you have jumped in as well. Give me jobs you would absolutely take this one in front of. Let's assume every Power 5 is in their current situation, and all those jobs are open. You think there are 8 you would take this Northwestern job in front of.
I mean, look, it's close. I like the city of Chicago. Now, in the winter, it's going to be cold. But I would take Northwestern.
That's a long winter, too.
Over Virginia.
Somebody said Virginia in the chat room, and Virginia has had precious little success. George Welsh is their legendary coach in the 90s with Rockstar's favorite player of all time, Herman Moore. Then he played for your Lions, Rockstar.
He did on that.
No, they've had
Sean Moore was the quarterback, right? Yeah, Sean Moore and Herman Moore.
They were they were 1 or 2.
Well, and they played
Georgia Tech.
Weirdest year. They played Georgia Tech, and like it was one of the biggest matchups in the entire season, and Tech beat them.
Yeah, I think Tech was up 28-0, and then Virginia came back,
Wow, I
and
don't
Virginia was
remember
like
it that
28-0.
way,
Yeah, that's the way I remember it, because that game was in 1990.
It was in 1990, and it was one of the biggest games. The weird thing I remember is the night before somebody vandalized the Virginia field. I don't know if you remember that. And they had
Yeah, I do.
It was an artificial turf, and they burned a patch of it at midfield, so they had to replace that.
I do remember that.
So
I remember
the game had that weird patch at midfield.
It was a 2:30 ABC game.
I remember that. God, the random stuff we remember, man. I can remember watching that game. I did not remember it being 28-0.
Yeah, I had money on whatever came back at halftime.
All right, I'm about to tell you that because if you remember that game was 28-0,
It was
I am going to be
28-0
very
at
impressed.
halftime. It was.
So that was 1990, right?
Yep.
God, they finished 8-4. Virginia fell apart after that game. Virginia lost to Georgia Tech. 41-38 was the final score. It was number 1 Virginia Tech, or number 1 Virginia, number 16 Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech was always all the way down to 16. It was 28-0.
How random is that?
God, I cannot believe you remember that.
Yeah, I remember where I watched the game.
Where did you watch the game?
My parents' house. I was home. Was one random weekend.
It says Virginia was up 13-0 in the first quarter, 28-14 by the half. I can't 100% swear that it was 28-0, but they were up 28-14 at the half. And then Georgia Tech came back under Bobby Ross.
Yep.
Wow.
So,
but Virginia hasn't done much other than that.
Well, you know, the Barber brothers, there was that night
some years
where they beat Florida State.
Their last double-digit win season.
Virginia's?
Yep. Last double-digit win season for them.
I think they had a random Sugar Bowl appearance.
This actually ended in a Citrus Bowl. They played in the Sugar Bowl in 1990.
Yeah.
Their last double-digit win was 1989.
Okay.
They have not had a double-digit win season since 1989. That's how bad that job is.
Northwestern's had 2.
I
No,
mean,
I had 3 since.
Initially, I would say no way you take Northwestern over Virginia, but boy, based on that, nobody has won that.
And again, you brought this up from Andy Staples, 2 power conferences really now.
Yeah, Andy said you can't think of this as a Power 5 job. You think of it as a Power 2 job because there are 2 power conferences.
Yeah,
Virginia.
I don't know where the ACC is.
And some other people said Virginia, so you're not alone in that one.
Boston College is on my list.
Boston College was number 1 in the nation under Matt Ryan, or number 2 when Matt Ryan was the quarterback?
I think they get up to number 2.
Was that Jeff Jagodzinski was the coach then, and he got fired because they told him, hey, if you go interview for a job, it was a Jets job, right?
It was.
You go interview for the Jets job, we're going to fire you. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go interview for the Jets job. And they fired him, and it was a bad choice for both schools.
Oh, yeah.
They've never been the same, and I don't even know what he's doing now.
But BC, man, that's a difficult look. Boston's a great town, too. But where it is in the ACC, it's just a difficult fit.
And nobody cares.
Yeah.
I mean, they had minutes with Doug Flutie. I mean, but I just don't know that anybody cares about Boston College football. I mean, the Doug Flutie era is forever ago. I was going to see their last double-digit win season. I'm going to assume it's the one we were just talking about.
Oh,
yeah. Jeff Jagodzinski, 11-3. Dang, they were good that year. That is crazy that.
What year was that, 2003?
That was 2007.
2007.
Yeah, they made it all the way up to number 2 in the nation after beating number 8 Virginia Tech in Blacksburg 14-10, and then turned right around and lost at home to Florida State the next week. They did not handle prosperity, Lance. You got to handle prosperity. Matt Ryan was the quarterback then, though.
I've got Duke on this list.
I mean, Coach Cutt had more success at Duke recently.
I don't think he did.
I mean, keep in mind now, what is our guy, what is Pat Fitzgerald's record over the last 4 years?
No, the last 2 terrible. But
last
again,
2.
He played for the conference
I mean, Coach
championship
Cutt's last 2 were 2-9 and 3-9. So, yeah, those are pretty bad years. But, you know, he was reeling off 7 or 8 wins pretty regularly there at Duke. But, I mean, it's a bad job. There's no doubt that's a bad job.
Yeah, look, I think they're comparable jobs, but I think the market is better for Northwestern, obviously, much bigger. I think it's probably more enticing for people to come there.
I guess.
And then the other thing I would say, again, Big Ten to ACC.
Yeah.
I've got Syracuse on here. I think Syracuse has become a really bad job. They're coming off a 7-6, and Dino Babers did win 10 games like 4 or 5 years ago.
Boy, it used to be a much better job. You always bring up Dick McPherson, and Dick McPherson did have them. And Paul Pasqualoni, too, but Dick McPherson had them in a Sugar Bowl against Auburn in 1987, where they were number 4 in the country. They tied the game. and finished 11-0-1. They did not lose a game that year, obviously. Paul Pasqualoni had them in a Fiesta and in an orange. But, boy, it has been a minute since they've had they had a 10-win season under Dino, 2018. The Greg Robinson years were awful. The Doug Marrone years were not great. I did not even remember if you had put a gun to my head and said who was their coach between Doug Marrone and Dino Babers. I could not have named him to save my life. Scott Schaefer is the guy's name.
Yep.
Scott Schaefer. So, yeah, they've had some bad years. It's a once proud program. Put out some really good players over the years.
Again, ACC. Now, I will take one Big Ten that is worse than Northwestern. I think that is Rutgers.
I thought you were going to say Indiana for a second, but Rutgers has had some moments recently, but overall it's an awful program.
Yeah, they haven't had any moments in the Big Ten. They've had some moments in the Big East.
You're right.
Yeah, and Indiana still, maybe it's what I heard the other day that somebody said their stadium's one of the more underrated stadiums.
Underrated?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look rated to me. I mean, I don't know how it can be underrated.
It really doesn't. But I still think Rutgers is the worst job in the Big Ten.
I would probably right now take Northwestern over Rutgers, yeah.
Cal.
Yeah, that was the one I was definitely going to say. I think let's do a quick 4-downs question on the fly. Better chance that Cal makes a college football playoff or quits playing FBS level? What's a better chance to you?
Oh, they drop out of
I would
FBS.
think so. I think that's the better chance.
Yeah.
Like if the Pac-12 fell apart, I could see Cal saying, all right, we're going to drop back to Division III or FCS. I mean, nobody cares about Cal football.
Yeah. And
like if you're an Auburn fan, I wonder if Auburn fans.
20 years ago, Aaron Rodgers had them in the top 5.
Yeah, I wonder how many Auburn fans are planning on going out there. Because I could see a scenario where there's almost as many Auburn fans as Cal fans in that stadium.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, if I'm an Auburn fan, I had the time and the money, I'd do it.
I mean, Berkeley, California's a beautiful state. It is a long flight, obviously. I would not be fired up about going to a game at Berkeley, but there's always that, I guess I could check a stadium off my list.
Well, and you could take the extended weekend, go to wine country.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do, but I just don't. Going to the game would probably be the most boring of them all. I could see Auburn running them out.
But you agree Cal is a worse job?
Yeah, there's absolutely, I would take Northwestern right now over Cal. I just don't know. I don't know the future of Cal football. That's what would worry me is I could see a scenario where they literally drop the program back to FCS if the Pac-12 falls
I would
apart.
take Northwestern over Stanford.
I don't. Again, the tricky part about this is the future of the Pac-12, because both those places, like if for whatever reason the SEC imploded, I have got faith that Alabama and Auburn and a lot of other programs will be like, we're going to find a place to play football. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah.
But if the Pac-12 implodes, I just don't have a ton of faith that Stanford and Cal are going to be committed to finding the best place to go.
Yeah.
They'll probably drop to the Mountain West.
Your academic restrictions are almost exactly the same.
Yep.
I mean, Stanford's probably a little bit more.
In a much worse conference.
Yeah, in a much worse conference.
Yeah.
And Forster's right. I mean, Northwestern, Stanford, I mean, it's close.
It's close.
I mean, all these are kind of close. And then finally, I would say Washington State. And that would be my last one.
Only because of the future of the Pac-12. Like, if you knew the Pac-12 was going to succeed, you would not take –
Probably
you'd take Washington State first.
But Pullman, by all accounts, is impossible to get to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great place to live. It's amazing Mike Leach did what he did up there. It's amazing Mike Price did what he did up there.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, that is really amazing that either one of those guys had any success.
And I think they could be decent this year.
I mean, but they are far from set up for success. In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Bobby says, let me tell you, those Syracuse fans have not forgotten about the Sugar Bowl when me and my crew went up there in 2001. Lots of orange and blue neckties and dads and moms telling their kids. I do remember the Syracuse fans sent out ties. They sent Pat Dye some ties, didn't they? Because Pat Dye played for the tie there or whatever. Pritch Law remembers Alabama beating Cal 66-0. That was back in the 70s. They've changed a lot since then, but Alabama probably beat Cal 66-0.
Yeah, I think Cal came here one time with Steve Barkowski, though.
Maybe.
That wasn't that game, was it?
I don't know.
No way Barkowski gets shut out.
Tripp says Berkeley is a dump. Save your money. I have never been to Berkeley. I've been on the Stanford campus, and I was very underwhelmed. Very underwhelmed. Tripp was arguing on behalf of Texas. No, Tom says Texas Tech has to be on the list. Lubbock is a dry county. Did you know that?
No.
Wives never happy living in Lubbock. Place is hell. It is a much better program than Northwestern, though.
There is no way it's a dry county.
It's hard to think you would have a college town in a dry county.
I will tell you right now.
That would be hard for me to believe that you would have a college town in a dry county. So those are some jobs at least Lance would take in front of Northwestern. And, as he presented it, I kind of agree on a lot of those. Hey, I want to remind you about our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union with, of course, college football right around the corner. They are the official credit union of the UAB Blazers. Legacy does a tremendous job with UAB. In fact, as you're driving downtown in Birmingham, you see that practice facility for UAB. It's got that Legacy logo right there on it. They've been huge supporters of UAB. And right now, you can get those lifestyle loans at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Let me tell you a couple things about them. Number one, no collateral is required, so that's huge. Number two, they've got great low interest rates on these things. And it's a great idea if maybe you've had some unexpected medical bills, maybe with school starting back, maybe it's just a dream vacation, you want to update your house. Legacy has great lifestyle loans without collateral and great rates. You can find those right now at legacycreditunion.com. That is legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by any one of the great Legacy Credit Union branches you find in the Birmingham area. They are a member of the NCUA, officially licensed by the NCUA, and they are great supporters of UAB sports as well. You see it right there on the pavilion. Legacy Credit Union. Check out those lifestyle loans at Legacy Credit Union, legacycreditunion.com.
Until 2009, it was a dry county.
That's a long run right there.
Yep. 2009, they voted to go wet.
We're going to go wet. That had to be tough to build enrollment in a college town that's dry.
See, I had no idea. And, one of my best friends went to Texas Tech in 98, 99.
Yeah.
So
I bet you the bootlegging was out of control at Texas Tech. When we come back, 4 downs, do we have good celebrity birthdays today? I
We
always
do
like to
not.
ask. We do not. Don't look forward to celebrity birthdays when we come back, but we have 4 downs next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes, when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We continue on the next round. Goose says Bullitt County in Georgia just got liquor stores in 2022. Laura says, I got to dig back in the, I'm interested in Laura's, thought she had an earlier comment that led to this. She was talking about kind of like Alabama people, no lottery plates, or no lottery. Lots of Alabama plates driving to surrounding states to buy tickets. I guarantee you there were a lot of Texas Tech kids going across county lines.
I can't believe, as tax-paying citizens, what we're regulated with.
Rusty says the next round would be kind of screwed if their studio was in a dry county.
That would never happen.
Well, I mean, we do.
I thought we
have a lot of alcohol on hand.
One of the dumbest laws, and this one's still in effect. You can't buy beer at a grocery store in Shelby County until noon on Sundays.
That one has never made one bit of sense to me. Cannot figure that one out to save my life.
You can buy it at 12:01, but you can't buy it at 12.
Never been able to figure that one out.
Yeah.
The Shepherd says Tuberville did call Lubbock Baghdad. Tommy generally never shy about mincing words.
No, he was. So Lubbock was the place. It wasn't Cincinnati. It was Lubbock.
Where he went to dinner and never showed back up?
Yeah, with the recruits.
Yeah, because he went from Texas State to Cincinnati. Cincinnati was his last job, right? Was it that career arc? Yeah. So he's at dinner with recruits, goes to the bathroom, never comes back. Bot Lives Matter. He says these are 5 jobs that I'm assuming he's saying he would take. He would take Northwestern in front of Kansas. You did not add Kansas to your list.
I would take Kansas.
I think they're either updating or building a new stadium there.
Yeah.
I can't remember which.
Look, Kansas, I think Lawrence, great town, college town, great campus. Kansas has had some success.
Some. Oh, it's few and far between.
It's a better program than Northwestern is right now.
Lance Leopold did a good job there last year. I'll be interested to see if he can keep it up. Wake Forest. Jim Grobe had them in the Orange Bowl. A lot of respect for their current coach.
Clawson won 11 games 2 years ago.
Yeah, Dave Clawson, though he hasn't had them quite to that level, he gets a lot of respect. You'd still take Wake in front of Northwestern?
Yeah.
Well, you had to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there.
Iowa State. Matt Campbell has made us forget. Whoever gets the Iowa State job next is
good luck.
They're in trouble.
Yeah, I will say, though, Iowa State seems to have a good fan base, though.
One thing I do on these, I try to remember multiple coaches being successful there. And Dan McCarney with Seneca Wallace at quarterback had a minute where he had some decent success.
Yeah, I think 7 or 8
wins. That was decent for them.
Yeah.
It's a really bad team. In fact, I don't know that I can name 3 coaches there in their history. Matt Campbell, Gene Chizik, and Dan McCarney. Can you name another Iowa State coach?
Oh.
I think that's all I got, man. Bot Lives Matter says Kansas State. No way. Not in a million years would anybody take the Northwestern job over Kansas State. Now, Kansas State used to be awful, but since Bill Snyder turned them around.
That's coming up on.
Oh, sorry. And then Rutgers, and you had Rutgers on your list.
Yeah.
Speaking of 4 downs, it's presented each day by our friends at Slice Pizza. Let's go.
4 great locations. I was there last night. I'm pulling something because I wanted to tell you about a couple of our listeners I met last night at Slice.
How about that, a Slice?
Yeah.
So soul pie?
I was sitting there, and I had gotten the Hot Mama, which I think is now my favorite.
Okay.
Because I can take the temperature throughout the pizza.
It's taking the lead.
We got a Hot Mama, and we got a Super Cheese, which I know Rockstar loves. And
Super Cheese.
So I'm in the middle of my Hot Mama, and I have a couple of guys come up. and they are big fans of the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And Taylor, his son Ike, and Kyle and his son Mac, and they're all from Knoxville.
From Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
How about that?
So Kyle went to school here at Sanford, started listening to us in 2010.
Right.
Turned Taylor onto it.
Right.
And they listen every day.
How about that?
And so I invited them by the studio, and they were like, well, we're on our way back to Knoxville. Next time we're in Birmingham.
Well, I got another hotel room for another night. The kids will love it.
So they were like, sorry for bothering you during dinner. And I'm like, look, this makes my night when guys like you that listen to the show every day come up and say hello.
Love it. Never apologize for bothering me.
And Taylor said we would not have known about Slice if it wasn't for the next round.
There you go.
So there you go. Advertising works.
Came full circle.
4 great locations. I was at Vestavia last night. There's also the original in Lakeview, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Local pizza, local ingredients created by the Bajalia Brothers. Great food. Stop in and check it out. It is Slice.
First down.
Just because I can't go Chiefs. It's too easy. More wins.
Chiefs are
We're going to go purple uniforms, more wins. K-State or Vikings?
Well, you know, I've said this. I think that the Vikings won some miraculous games last year, and that tends to come back to bite you in the NFL. I just don't think it's going to happen for them again. I said it last year. They're a house of cards. They lose right away in the playoffs. So I think they'll take a step backwards. The thing that worries me is that division has gotten worse.
It has.
With Aaron Rodgers gone, I guess Detroit will be as good as Green Bay was last year, and Green Bay will probably be a little worse than Detroit, and the Bears might be a touch better. So maybe it's a push.
Yeah, I mean, I could just see all of those teams have 8 or 9
I know.
wins.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think Kansas State is going to be a 9 or 10 win team, so I'm going to go K-State here.
I think I would go K-State over the Minnesota Vikings, yes.
Second down.
Another conference championship first. Pat Narduzzi at Pittsburgh or Chris Kleiman at K-State?
I think I will go Chris Kleiman. I think with Texas and Oklahoma going, there's a chance Kansas State could take over as the alpha of that, that conference. And I don't think Pitt's ever going to be the alpha of the ACC.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a power void with Texas and Oklahoma going. Kansas State is the best current team. Maybe not the best program, though you can make the argument for that, but they're the best current team, and I don't see them backing up with Chris Kleiman there. So I think K-State can be the power of the Big 12, actually.
Yeah.
So I think I'd go K-State.
I would, too.
Third down.
More total touchdowns this year. Will Howard with K-State or Peyton Thorne at Auburn?
I think K-State's going to be a better team than Auburn and have a better offense, so I will go Will Howard.
I will go Will Howard as well. We're agreeing way too much.
We really are. Without celebrity birthdays, I don't know what we're going to do here. But with Will Howard, I think, I don't know, would you say he rushes more in than Peyton Thorne as well?
Yeah.
I think, maybe Thorne throws for a few more, but Howard's legs, I will go Will Howard.
Fourth down.
Better program turnaround, Bill Snyder with K-State or Frank Beamer with Virginia Tech?
I mean, the three you always talk about are Bobby Bowden, Bill Snyder, and Frank Beamer.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden's different level.
He won national championships. But he was doing it in the state of Florida.
Easier, absolutely easier to turn around.
Yeah, I'm going to say it was probably a little bit easier for Frank Beamer to recruit to Virginia Tech than it was Bill Snyder to recruit to Manhattan.
Yeah,
I would say Bill Snyder.
I think Bill Snyder's turnaround job was one of the more amazing because for years they were viewed as the worst program in college football. And to have them, an overtime play away from playing for the national championship in 1998 was incredible. Again, 2012, when he came back out of retirement, that was a really good Kansas State team that had a Heisman finalist and played in the Fiesta Bowl. Bill Snyder did a fabulous job.
Yeah, he went 1-10 his first year, and by year 5, they were 9-2-1 playing in the old Copper Bowl. That's a long time. I get it, but that's pre-transfer portal. That is taking over just an atrocious college football program, and he had them winning 9 wins by year 5. That was a heck of a turnaround. And after that, man, they were 9-2-1, 9-3, 10-2, 9-3, 11-1, 11-2, 11-1, 11-3. He had a streak there, where they were so good.
He didn't seem like one of these really vocal, intimidating coaches.
No, he's so soft-spoken.
Yeah, we had him on the show one time, and he lulled us to sleep.
Oh, it was a terrible interview.
I guess he's just a brilliant football mind.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt he's a brilliant football mind. I was looking, they had been, before he got there, the coach before him was a guy named Stan Parrish, who went 230-1. He won 2 games in 3 years. The coach before that was a guy named Jim Dickey, who went 26-61-2.
Wow.
The guy before that was Ellis Rainsberger, who went 6-27. I mean, those are the coaches he followed. The guy Doug Weaver in the 60s went 8-60-1. I don't even know if they had a guy with a winning record before he got there. I don't think they did. Yeah, I'm looking back on it. You have to go back to pre-World War II to find a guy with a winning record before he got there. It was the worst. It was the worst football. It's Bill Snyder. It was the worst football job in America.
Have you ever read the book In Cold Blood?
I don't think I have.
Rocky, have you ever read it?
No, the Truman Capote?
Yeah, Truman Capote. The one thing I remember about it, I don't even know if I finished it, and I saw the movie Capote. But the kids, it was awful story where, 2 random dudes come in and murder a family on a farm.
It's right up your alley, yes.
It's viewed as a masterpiece of a novel. But the kids were laying on the floor earlier that night listening to Kansas State football. And this is, when did it take place? 1966 in the 60s. And how bad were they in the 60s?
Well, they were bad enough that the murder might have been, well, I'm not going to finish that sentence. It's a fictional story. I'm not talking about a real murder.
It was 1959.
They were awful. It was an awful football game.
Yeah.
That is 4 Downs presented by Slice.
4 great locations. Again, local pizza, local ingredients. I got the Hot Mama last night. If you haven't tried it, it's great. The soul pie, the wing and a prayer. Really difficult once you get in there to figure out exactly what you want because there's so many great things. You know what they've got now, too, as an appetizer? Mac and cheese bites.
Oh, got to try those.
Mac and cheese bites. They've got tater tots. They've got the fire-baked wings. I mean, just fabulous food. The late Jeff Bajaya created this great concept. His brothers, Chris and Jason, continue the legacy. Stop in one of the 4 locations or slicebirmingham.com.
I'll ask this question when we return on the hills of Kansas State and that 4 Downs. If I made you put money down on the modern day program that somebody could pull a Bill Snyder or a Frank Beamer or a Bobby Bowden, you tell me which one it is that is next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville. Also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. I've got a random. The Goose is on to one a little bit, but I've got a random team that I will throw out there to you that I think could potentially one day be a Kansas State. It's not quite the same, a Kansas State type story, a Virginia Tech type story. But first, Odie's Tavern. That's where you guys will be tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia. Come join us. We start about 8 o'clock. Great food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for 3 decades. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Again, we'll start about 8 o'clock. But any day for lunch or dinner, great place to go. Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
I'm told that, and now I feel awful, In Cold Blood is based on a true story. So my apologies.
Whoops.
Yeah, I didn't finish the joke, though, so I don't think you can hold it against me, right? If only a rock star, if only I said no offense before, you couldn't take offense.
Yeah, I
to
have
it.
seen the 67 movie with Robert Blake.
Yeah, so my apologies.
And he was actually living out real life.
My apologies.
He ended up.
Again, Lance, I just can't apologize.
Robert Blake killed his wife?
Yes. Can't apologize.
What's the name of that tune?
Yeah, I think it was actually when I was living in L.A., it was in an Italian restaurant parking lot.
Yeah. Trip nominates South Florida. Terrible program, but a robust recruiting base. They're building their own facility, South Florida is.
Yeah, but
that's
I got to say
help,
this. So South Florida's had those moments. I want a program out there that has never had the moments.
I've got one for you.
Because, like Minnesota, PJ Fleck. PJ Fleck in the Big Ten is going to be really difficult. But you can't even say Minnesota because they are the last team to win 3 consecutive national championships.
No, it was a million years ago.
It was in the 30s.
Goose, and this does not qualify either, says Georgia Tech, if they relax academic requirements and the ACC restructure their media rights, those are 2 big ifs, by the way, right in the hotbed of recruiting in Atlanta. He's right about all those things. He is right about all those things.
Yeah, I think I've got one, too.
Terry says Virginia Tech. They're going to have to do it again, right? Mine, and this is going to sound crazy, but with the money involved and the potential to make more money, the city they are in.
Are you going to take mine?
I'm going to say Vanderbilt.
Oh.
I just think one day if somebody will come in there and say, okay, listen, I know academics are massively important to us, but why do we always also have to be dead last in the SEC in football? There's a lot of money to be made in Nashville if we can win. That if one day somebody came in, you could pay a ton of money at Vanderbilt. They're cashing a huge check every year. You could go get a coach. If they listen, it's going to require a lot. They're going to build a new facility. I mean, there are going to be a lot of things that would have to go into this. They're updating their current facility. But if somebody ever did that, I think, and I know Pritch Law says they abolished their athletic department. Listen, I completely understand that. But Patrick's right. Even with the crap facilities, James Franklin had them ranked at one point. So if you ever made any sort of commitment in that city, somebody could build a program up in Nashville. So that wasn't yours.
That was not mine. Now, are we having to go Power 5 here?
No, you don't have to. It'd be easier in the Power 5.
It would. I think Texas San Antonio is going to be the next Boise State.
It's interesting, yeah.
I really do.
Like
now,
to the point, if the Big 12 is ever looking for more teams, they might be one.
So from Frank Wilson, where it was a very middling program, he loses his job. Jeff Traylor takes over. Now, Jeff Traylor, back-to-back double-digit win seasons. I fully expect that's going to happen again this year. But I think he can build this up. Again, that's a big city. They've got a nice fan base. They're going to have more money now that they're going to the American.
Yeah, I don't know what the Alamo Dome is like, but they turned that into a really difficult place to play for opponents. Like
that Houston, and look,
yeah,
I know
it was
a lot
an
of Houston
electric
fans.
atmosphere.
That was a great atmosphere.
Yeah. Pritch Law says they've never been as bad as Virginia Tech or Kansas State. They haven't, but they haven't had that history either. They started out the right way. It's a different world now. Forrester asked if he missed me doing a keg stand in the last break. Scott, I put about as many ifs on the front of that as I could. I put about as many ifs on the front. There were a lot of ifs there. You understand that, right?
It's Vandy.
I know it's Vandy. That's my whole point. Like, at some point, don't you think somebody at Vandy's going to be like, why do we have to be dead last every single year?
Because those are the rules.
I mean, they do seem to be the rules. But you'll grant me, if Vandy ever decided to invest just a little bit and make it a focus, they could win.
I think now going...
Not Alabama, Georgia level win.
Not having divisions. I've always said Nick Saban can win a national championship almost everywhere. I don't know if he could at Vanderbilt.
Not if they operated the way they do now, he could. That's my whole point. They would have to change the way they operate.
But, I mean, to your point, and the numbers are much different, and it is apples to oranges, Vanderbilt baseball has been incredible.
They have been. And there have been times where their basketball has been good. Not
I mean,
incredible.
you built a badass stadium, I mean, that's a town that, if I'm an 18-year-old, you roll me through Broadway, I'm going to be like,
exactly.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I mean, Nashville's a phenomenal town. That is in a good part of that town where the Vanderbilt campus is. You can have a lot of fun in that area. And as you said, all you got to do is take them down to Broadway and let them see the newlywed parties.
Yeah, it's hard to envision some of this stuff. Like Oregon State, Dennis Erickson, now he cheated to do it, but he had a really good year, went to a Fiesta Bowl. Mike Riley had a 10-win season there. But I think Jonathan Smith, the way he's built that up, I don't know if he can keep it going. I think they're going to be good again this year. But, Corvallis is a tough place to win.
Oh, it is, yeah. I mean, you got a couple of those out of the way, Pullman and Corvallis, out of the way towns up at the Pacific Northwest that I don't know how you recruit to those places.
Yeah, and it's amazing because you brought up Mike Price. I mean, 1997, that Washington State team was legit.
Tripp says, so you're saying Vandy makes the college football playoff sometime in the next 10 years if your vision comes true? Oh, no. It would take much longer than that.
Do you think in your lifetime Vandy makes it?
The college football playoff?
Yep.
In my lifetime, I mean, I hope I live a little while longer. I'll give them a chance. I mean, 12-team playoff.
You shortened it because you want to be able to play scratch golf.
Well, yeah, I haven't. Last round I played, I shot a 76. That is not scratch. Last time I checked, Lance.
I mean, Dunaway beat you.
No, he did not. He tied me from a forward tee. Let's let that.
If he ever beats you from the women's tees, will you quit playing?
Like he plays the women's tees?
Well, I mean, isn't that what he plays?
No, he played the threes. I played the twos. He was only one tee up.
How many yards is that? Like 30?
Why are you scratching your microphone?
I didn't know it was making that sound.
Yes, he probably overall had I'd have to go through the math. Probably 20 to 25 yard a hole advantage. Hey, he's playing the tee he's supposed to play. So I'm fine with that. But he's winning 9 games. Well, Vandy could win 10 games in my lifetime. I could see that.
I mean, Franklin had them winning 9.
He won 9.
No, they didn't beat anybody of importance.
No, they did not, but they were Vandy as well. We'll wrap up the show after this on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Somebody said, I've got to go back and find it. Brown's not going to want to hear this, but I could see somebody getting Missouri right. You know, Missouri, though, it was Daniel that said that. Brown like this. I feel like Missouri could be a lot tougher with the right guy, maybe not SEC tough. Again, they wouldn't necessarily fit that mold.
No, I mean,
well, Gary Pinkel had success there, but I don't disagree if they ever got the right guy.
I mean, in 2006, they were number one in the nation. And if they would have beaten Oklahoma,
which they didn't come close to doing.
No, I had Oklahoma -10 that night.
Easy win.
That was a winner.
Yep.
But if they would have beaten Oklahoma, they played for the national championship. And again, in 2013, if they beat Auburn, and that was a legit Missouri team, if they beat Auburn, which that was a fun game for about 3 quarters.
It was.
Then Auburn flexed.
Scorched them. Yep.
Yeah, and then took it away in the 4th quarter. But if they win that game, they play for the national championship. So Missouri has actually had some success in the past.
I kind of agree with Patrick. If Missouri went back to the Big 12, I think they could potentially be in the running with Kansas State to run that league. They're not going to do it in the SEC, but I think they could in the Big 12.
Oh yeah, if I was Missouri, of course they wouldn't.
Well, they don't want to give up the money.
Yeah, that board and the trustees and everybody, they'd be like, you know what?
We're going to take
winning
the money.
is great,
That's right.
but we'd rather have the cash.
Yeah, we're tell them about Bromberg's real quick, and we'll put the wraps on the show.
Yeah, hey, Bromberg's. What is today? The 11th?
It is the 11th.
Starting on Thursday through the 15th, you can save 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, and giftware. It's their market day sales at the Mountain Brook location only. They're going to be opening early this Saturday morning at 8:30. You can shop early for the best selection. For more information, stop into the Mountain Brook location or go online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Again, I want to remind everyone we are 2 to 5 next week for SEC Media Days, 2 to 5. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Make sure if you are listening to us on any of the on-demand audio sites like Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, rate us. Give us a good rating, please. Leave a comment. Make sure you're subscribed everywhere. We greatly appreciate you doing that. Another show in the books. We'll be back with you 9 o'clock live. If you're listening on the app, you're about to get the replay. This is The Next Round. See you Wednesday.